in a dark 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Every day when we are in some nice fragrances around, nice perfumes around, in total darkness, a nice comfortable seat, totally relaxed, crossed legs, crossed feet, crossed hands, crossed fingers. No sounds whatsoever in the mouth and no forms whatsoever in the mind. Being with the breath. Eyes are closed, my dear friends. No thoughts in the mind. The first law of the science of meditation says when you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty. So, let us all be with the breath. The breath is the reigning deity in meditation.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining another session of Infinity on the Sunday evening. Thank you so much. I welcome you all on this session. My name is Sirisha, and thank you all, whoever is joining on Zoom, on YouTube, joining from YouTube PMC English channel. Thank you so much. So, friends, to understand why we are doing this Infinity for the newcomers, as we all know, we have started this 52-week Sunday Simple Spiritual Sunday Gathering program. So Infinity is an effort we are doing to create a pure space where we can all come together on Sunday and meditate and listen to the speaker, his or her experiences in the spiritual journey. So here where you see that we are dropping all ice in Infinity and replaced with we have placed with ones, which means that we are dropping all the identification and belongingness of ourselves related to any religion, caste, or the spiritual organizations, or the identification which we are carrying ourselves related to any spiritual practices. We are dropping all that identification and coming together to feel that oneness. So friends, let's start today our session. We have a beautiful and wonderful speaker, Shashidhar Reddy sir. And to start the session, I would like to invite Sunil from Bangalore to take it forward. Hi Sunil, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Sirisha. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone who have joined from all around, and a nice day to those viewers in YouTube as well. Thank you so much for joining. I know what it takes during a Sunday, a relaxed, a rather lazy day, but as Sirisha rightly said, this is a time we are choosing for ourselves, a time we are devoting for ourselves. Shed all the seeding of thoughts that we have been through, and shedding everything that we are associated with, and then we are converging to that oneness. Thank you for elaborating that, Sirisha. Great. So I'll be the host for today session, and I'm very, very happy and pleased to have Mr. Shashidhar Reddy Gunna to accepting the time. I know he is a very busy man, but he accepted to lend his some time for on this platform. Thank you so much, Shashidhar. It was really great to have you on this platform. So as a customary, we start with meditation and then get on to the interaction. But before I pass it on to you, let me take the honors of introducing you. Mr. Shashidhar is from a very small village in Telangana, India. He has been living in Brussels, Belgium for the last 12 years and has been on this spiritual journey for the last 20 years. He started his career as a software engineer and served as an engagement manager and BRM at TCS. And he has recently started his own freelancing company in Belgium too. Coming to his spiritual path, he joined Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement way back in the year 2006. And he was one of the key person to introduce meditation to school and college children and university students and teachers as part of Dhyan Vidyarthi project. So he conducted various meditation sessions, workshops, both in India and Europe, in schools, colleges, corporate companies, etc., etc. And all this he has done as part of Dhyana Jagat project, apart from various umpteen online and remote sessions and workshops. So recently he opened a meditation center in Belgium on 1st of July, just last year, 2023. And it was inaugurated by Dr. Newton. It was named as Mahavatar Babaji Meditation Center. He's also one of the founder members of the Universal Spiritual Center Research Center in India. The goal of USRC is to awaken the humanity and save the planet Earth. Shashidhar Garu, so I'm so grateful that you are here today. Thank you so much. We are going to do a 30 minutes meditation, and we would be pleased to meditate with your guidance, and then we'll take forward the discussion. Over to you, Shashidhar Garu.
Thank you, everyone. Namaste to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to meet you all. Okay, so it's all part of the plan that when time comes, we meet. So that's what I learned and experienced throughout my life. So without any, let's say, purpose, no one meets others. So there's some purpose together. That's why we're all here. I'm very, very happy to meet you all. So yeah, we'll start with meditation. So I would like to thank Pitamaha Brahmarshi Patriji, and also Dr. Newton and Dr. Lakshmi, and also many of my masters, and the Grand Master Mahavatar Babaji as well. I always feel his presence. So I'm in the center right now. Though it is quite hot, so I still decided to sit in the center. It's a afternoon here in Belgium. So let's connect from this center to the entire universe, and then we'll experience the meditation. So let's start the meditation, and then we'll interact afterwards. And I'll also share a little bit more about my experiences as well as some more things. Yeah. So I would request you all to sit comfortably. If you're wearing spectacles, just remove it and then sit comfortably. Cross your legs, clasp fingers into fingers, and gently close your eyes. Just observe your whole body completely to make it relax before we start experiencing the meditative state. Observe your body from bottom to top. Start from your legs and slowly just witness each and every body part, starting with your foot, legs, knees, moving further upwards towards your lower part of your body, and gently moving towards your belly region. Just moving further towards your chest and heart region. Yes, when you are observing all these body parts, have a deep gratitude for functioning so well all these years and right now. Just take your attention towards your spinal cord, starting from the lower, slowly moving upwards. Just feel that your entire body is getting relaxed. And let this observation move towards your shoulders and hands till the end of the fingertips. Whatever is happening within your body, let it happen. Just we are thanking each and every body part for helping us each and every moment. Let your observation move towards your neck and throat. Slowly moving towards your facial region, your mouth, nose, cheeks, ears, eyes, your entire facial region.
My dear friends,
Now slowly take your attention towards your entire head region till top of your head.
meditation is the most important thing which energizes our body.
Just scan your entire body
Energizes our mind.
from top to bottom.
My dear friends, don't open your eyes.
Feel that your entire body is completely relaxed and ready to experience the meditative stage with the help of Anapanasati technique and the beautiful, wonderful music from our beloved Master Pitamaha Brahmarshi Patriji. Now slowly take your observation, take your attention towards your normal, natural, easy, soft breathe. You don't need to take any hard breath. You don't need to take any pause. You don't need to hold. Just simply observe your normal breath. Just observe your shwas. Your breath carries lot of prana. This prana is important. Prana is nothing but the life. The life energy is carried in breath. Just go along with the breath inside all the way and come along all the way with the breath. Just observe how your breath is going in all the way inside. Observe all the way how it is coming out. This technique is called anapanasati. Ana means observing. Ana means in breathe. Apana means breathe. Sati means being with this process. Just be with your brain. Whatever is happening within, let it happen. If you are getting any thoughts, observe them as well. And slowly come back to your normal brain. Do not open your eyes whatsoever. All the masters are with us at this moment. Bless us, to heal us, to make us understand about us, ourselves. Just witness whatever is happening within you. Let it happen.
Kalvidam Brahma
Every breath is coming all the way from the universe. Just be with your breath. Witness the inner silence. See what you're seeing inside. Just few more minutes. Be with your breath. Last 5 minutes. Just be with yourself, be with your breath. Continue to observe whatever is happening within. We are in a wonderful energy space, in the presence of wonderful masters, wonderful souls here. Last 2 minutes. Just be with your breath. You start feeling your body, start feeling your surroundings.
Last 1 minute. Just place your hands on your heart for a few seconds without opening your eyes. Keep hands on your heart. Just thank your parents for wonderful gift of this life. Thank all your gurus for the wonderful blessings and wisdom. And moreover, thank yourself for spending time in a more meaningful way on this planet Earth. Now slowly place your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly remove your hands. And when you are comfortable, open your eyes with a smile on your face. Welcome back, my dear friends. Is my voice clear and audible for everybody?
Yes, Shashidhar. Yes.
Wonderful.
It was wonderful meditation. Thank you so much. Indeed, energies are connecting right from all the way from Belgium, the meditation center from there. Thank you so much. I hope everyone has come out of meditation. Maybe we'll just give a few seconds.
Yeah, if you come out of meditation, please come on video so that we know that you are there.
Yes. It's going to be an interactive session, so that'll really help connect the speakers also. All right, great. Thank you so much. All right, Shashidharji. So I'm sure you're aware this is going to be an interactive session, and we would like to know your journey. So curious to know about your early, maybe if you can just give us some information about your early life in Telangana, your education, your very brief about your background. How did it all begin from Telangana?
Yeah. So I accidentally started doing meditation when I was in 7th standard. Okay. So nobody in my house or in my neighborhood know about the word meditation itself. Yeah. So one fine day I was watching Chitralahari. I think it's a Chitrahar in Hindi program.
Yes.
And you get a weekly once program. I was watching that program, and suddenly in my mind, the word meditation popped up from nowhere. And then I focused, is it coming from the television? Yeah, from any song. I could not hear anything from the television. And then I was not sure whom to ask this word about, because I used to live in my father's friend's house. Okay. It's not my home, so which means you have to be disciplined and, and I used to be in silence most of the time, when only when needed, I used to speak. And then I was curious what it is. I don't know what is the meditation technique, and I don't have any background of it by then. So then what I used to do is I just simply take shower, okay, wear the wash clothes and just sit under a tree. So, and then close eyes and then don't do anything. Just I used to close eyes and then be quiet for some time, and then I used to read. And then I used to grasp the things. I used to do my homework quite quickly. And I felt that, okay, I don't know about meditation and meditation techniques, but it is working, because I'm a kind of a person where I don't want to sit in front of the books or in front of the work for a longer time. I just want to be free from it as soon as possible and then hit the ground and play. So I did this in my childhood, and I was not regular. So whenever I wanted to, whenever I feel that, okay, there is a need that, okay, I need to finish the things quickly, then I used to follow this technique. Nothing, just simply close eyes and then see. I don't even know at the time that, okay, I had to observe the breath, or I had to look at some light, or nothing. I don't have any knowledge of it. And then I carried that practice with me throughout my educational life. Means when I was a student, I followed all the time, and it worked all the time. And then out of curiosity, I started so I did my education in a rural area in my native town. There's a place called Palem. Palem has a Venkateshwar Swami temple, which is very famous in Telangana. Now it's a Nagar Karnool district. And then out of curiosity, I started going to the various organizations to see whatever I was doing, what it is exactly. And I visited various organizations that we all hear quite often these days. And then I could not convince. I was learning from every organization, but I could not compare with what I was doing. And then in the year 2006, I met some of the friends who were practicing pyramid meditation, Anapanasati meditation in Hyderabad near Ambarpet. So there used to be a Sai Baba temple. In that Sai Baba temple, on top of the temple, there was a meditation center. And then there was a camp of 1 week. One of the master from Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement was giving the meditation technique and practice. So I attended one of the days, and then I was able to closely come to what I was doing from my childhood. Then I got a content that, okay, what I was doing was meditation. And then I started going deeper, because I'm a kind of a person more a research oriented, not just blindly believe and accept it, but I want to experience myself before I want to give anything to others or share with others. I want to experience first fully. Okay. And at that time, I used to give tuitions as well. I used to teach mathematics to the students when I was doing my graduation, post-graduation. I did it almost for 10 years like that. And then I used to introduce this technique to the students as well, slowly, because we used to hear most of the time that parents used to say, sir, ensure that this kid focuses, concentrate, and so on. Yeah. And then I used to compassionately introduce this technique, whatever little bit of I know. And because by then I was practicing regularly. And then it started working out very well for them. Yeah. And then I realized that, okay, there are many students like me who are not aware of any technique from many places. So why don't we introduce to everybody, those who are in need of it? And that's how my journey with Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement started. And then we started going to every school and college, because way back I was talking about in the year 2006. Okay. At that time, meditation was not so popular as it is today. Yeah. Thanks to COVID, that it brought some awareness in each and everybody. But at the time, it was quite, let's say, new, or people are not in a position to accept. You don't have any work, that's why you want to spread meditation, go and do something meaningful. Yeah, of course, we encountered every bit of it. And then people, then we used to ask people switch from non-vegetarian to vegetarian. That was even more difficult for them, and they used to reject meditation. They don't want to do meditation at all. But we continued that journey. So then I started working for TCS in the year 2007. And my only duty from that day is, during the weekend, I used to go to each and every corporate hostels, corporate college hostels in Hyderabad, to go and teach meditation during the weekend, because weekdays they are quite busy. And weekends, we used to inform and take the permission and inform them that, okay, we will come and teach freely. Okay, as it is free, okay, let's give a try. It used to be like that. And then we became so popular because we went and introduced to one of the center, and then they informed other branch, hey, it's very good. Kids are a bit calm at least during that period, and they were able to focus. And kids also equally used to excite that we used to, whenever we used to interact, give them this technique, because they were under serious pressure form, be it from their home, be it from their teachers, from the hostel warden, and then own, because it is like a jail for them. Yeah, it's very unfortunate that all those kids who are studying in those corporate hostels, corporate college hostels, they were like literally like, gates were closed, it was locked, and whatever he had to do in that small building, he had to roam around. And in that pressure pump situation, you want to do them well. Yeah. So it's quite unfortunate, because I'm fortunate that I studied in all the government schools and colleges. There is no pressure of carrying so many books. I just used to have a couple of books. In my entire graduation, I used to maintain 2 books. That's it, just to practice. Rest all like reading the book directly and do my best. That's it. And I was always like, able to score 75%, 80%, and so on. So I was good enough. I don't want to target 100 out of 100 and waste my joyful life. So it was like that. And it went quite well. And one of the times we had a great experience. Like I didn't expect, it was raining, and then I thought the session is going to cancel. They said, no, sir, we will still continue. And by the time I reached there, in the open ground, they put around 100 plus benches, and there were 1,000 students waiting for me. And that was very, very surprising for me, because I was thinking all the time I was handling at least 100, 200, 300 people. And all of a sudden I saw 1,000 kids waiting for us. And then I said, okay, we just continue to do whatever happens. And nature, thanks to nature, because the rain was completely stopped and it was quite pleasant weather. And we continued for 2 hours. It was so wonderful. And I was carrying all these works. Every weekend, my duty is from morning to evening, taking my bike, traveling from one corner to another. And then on full moon days, people used to invite me for full moon day night-long sessions. And I used to go to the Spiritual India office sometimes. I used to go to the nearby. It was just mouth to mouth. I had just a simple Nokia mobile, no smartphone at that time. And people used to just share my number, and everybody used to call from every corner. And then I continued like that. And then in the year 2008, I got an opportunity to visit Belgium. I rejected it. I told my company that, okay, I'm nothing doing. I'm not going anywhere. And because that's when we started working as a PYMA, Pyramid Young Masters Association at the time. So all the youngsters like us who are working in corporates as well as students, we used to, our duty is nothing, just go to any school, college, pass by, ask them if they give permission, it's okay. If they don't give, go again. And then give meditation session. This was our usual routine. And then out of difficulty, they forced me to send it over here. Then I thought, okay, because that's when we went to Patri sir, we started doing meditation, teaching meditation in schools and corporates, and it's going good. So we want to name this as a Dhyana Vidyarthi project. Yes, it's very good. Please go ahead and do it. And later it was changed as Dhyana Vidyarthi and Dhyana Yota. Okay. And then I started introducing meditation in TCS as well. So first I introduced to my team, and they liked it, and then it to the entire account. And then we wrote a letter to HR that, okay, please give, because at that time it was a bit sensitive. People used to think that meditation is religious. That was a myth that they had, because unless and until you go to them and introduce, hey, it's nothing to do with any religion, can breathe. Any religion has to take breathe in and breathe out. That's it. Nothing doing with any religion. And it's quite simple. And then we used to give references from one school to another school, what we have done and so on. And that's how we used to get the permission. So thanks to the first school and college who gave us the permission, because they were the base for us to go and give the sessions. And like that, I started my journey. And each time it is rather than me going there and giving, it's rather than for me, it's a great learning, interacting with them, great learning, meditating with them together. So I got a lot of learning, and my teaching, I was not sure why I was, because out of need, I was giving a mathematics tuitions. That helped me a lot over a period, because here also in Belgium, ever since I came over here in 2008, I introduced meditation to the clients and they liked it. And they gave a permanent dedicated room for meditation. For 6 years, we continued like that without any break. Every Thursday, it's a meditation hour from 12 to 1 during the lunch. And we used to have a group. I used to send an invite and they used to subscribe and used to come. And then, okay, I started liked it, because then I thought, okay, there is a purpose in Belgium that I had to do. And then that's when we started Dhyan Jagat movement with few of our friends. And then we used to have like Zoom sessions. We are conducting this ever since COVID. But we started way back in 2011, 2010 time, Skype meditation sessions. So we used to interact from via Skype from different places. And that's how the journey started. And I'm so fortunate that I was given this opportunity to experience myself and also the spread meditation to all those who are in need of it. And till date, it worked for everybody. So that's a proof. So that's how we have been experiencing personally great energies and great experiences every day. Plus, I was also able to help those who are in need of it. So this is very brief about my entire journey so far.
Wow, great. That's wonderful. That's really, the way you took forward from time when you heard about meditation in the childhood, and it connected so well. Beautiful. So you mentioned about Dhyana Vidyarthi project. I mean, that's something which we all heard during our time also, that there is so-and-so project running. Can you share some memorable experience working with that project, Dhyana Vidyarthi project?
Yeah. So how we started is like, we want to simplify. When you go to the student, because with my teaching experience, it helped me as well. When you want to make others understand, you have to go to their frequency level. You should go to their level. So whenever we go to the schools and colleges, we don't straight away close your eyes, observe your breath. No. We conduct some fun activities, interactive sessions, because you have to establish the trust and the confidence that whatever I'm going to give, that they should be in a position to accept and and feel that, okay, yes, this guy is genuine, and I will listen to what he says. So that kind of establishment first we used to say. So we used to crack a jokes first. Okay, we used to ask what kind of movies you guys watched. Okay. So I used to establish a common interest with the majority of the crowd. Okay, and then connecting with that. And then that worked so well. And then every kid is special. Every kid is so special. They have their own way of understanding and doing the things. Only the parents and teachers misunderstand them that, okay, you have to follow only this method. No, you just give the enough knowledge to them. It's up to them to experience the way they want. Okay. And then for every kid, like I used to give sessions, the kids who are under 5 years till all the way 25, 30 years, because for every age level, we used to follow different techniques, some fun activities with the kids first. Okay. And then asking them to close and, try to find and see what is around. So slowly bringing them to the technique, and then giving them the technique, especially the kids who are under 9 years and so on. We never used to tell them that it is a meditation. They used to feel that it is an activity, and which is a relaxing activity. So whenever they feel that, okay, you're a bit your energies are a bit low, then you just try it out. It's a tool. And then the kids who are above, like, for example, especially the kids who are under the age of, like around the age of 11, 12, 13, and so on, there will be a lot of changes in harmoniously in their body. And they are in a confused state because they cannot go and express to their parents, then they cannot get the enough knowledge from the fellow friends. It's always a tough and turning point, because there will be various levels. Like you have your childhood, which is, let's say, between 0 to 5 years, and 5 to 10 years is another phase, and from 10 to 15 to 16 till the teenage, it's another age. Every age you would need some guide. Okay. And a guide who can, compassionately listen to them. Okay. Because when the changes, harmonious changes are happening, they were not sure, they can become a vulnerable, and they can convert those energies into a great energies as well, to focus on a specific thing. So for them, we used to give enough open education to them. Okay. Like, when these harmonious changes happens, what would happen? It's just like, taking examples and giving the knowledge. You don't need to particularly say that, hey, you should do like this and so on. Because if you say that, then you are indirectly putting your, let's say, things on them. That's also incorrect. So these are all the learnings that we have got. And then we used to give meditation sessions in Usmania University in Hyderabad. There's a place called Landscape Garden. It's a huge park. Okay. And all the Usmania University friends and students, they used to organize these sessions early in the morning at 6 o'clock. For them, it's a different thing, because they are like, past this teenage, and they are waiting to crack a job, government job or a private job, and so on. So for them, our approach used to be like, in a corporate style. Okay. As a grown up, okay, now you are going to settle down. You identify where you are good at, where you are not good at, and take the help of meditation technique. Before you sit, analyze yourself, meditate, analyze yourself, list it down and work it out. And then you will be, when you are less stressed, you will be able to perform better. And then we always used to ask them, do some sport, because sport should be part of the life. That's what I felt as well all throughout my life. And any sport that you like, you pick it up, because sports is one way of expressing out your, the unwanted emotions in you. And then that's when, because people think that when you are stressed, I have to do meditation. No, it doesn't work like that. You have to be lesser stressed to experience the meditative state. People think that, okay, when I'm sick, I do meditation. No, you won't be able to do the meditation at the time. You need rest at the time. You take rest, and then when you are off restful or fully rest, that's when you will really experience the meditative state. Otherwise, people say that, sir, I've been doing every day 4 hours, 5 hours, it is not working. I'm sure it will not work, because you're not doing it the way you are supposed to do it. Yes, the technique, you got it correct, everything is correct, but you have to adapt your food habits. Immediately after eating, if you do meditation, it doesn't work. Okay. Sitting on the bed and doing meditation doesn't work, because you will fall asleep. Okay. So we, like that, for every student, we used to approach a different thing. So based on the age group, we used to introduce the fun techniques, and then establish the connect, and then giving the technique, and then asking them to experiment. And then we used to visit one more time, at least, to ensure that from last time to now, were they able to experience, what kind of experience that they got, and so on. So this is how we used to conduct sessions.
Wonderful. Unless we create a connect to the students, it doesn't work. That's really wonderful. So Shashidhar, how has meditation impacted your life personally? And since you have been teaching meditation to many people, so have you observed the changes in the lives of people whom you have taught meditation?
Yes. So it's always like, when you give, it's like a scientist who invents something and gives it to the society. When it is working, the scientist feels so happy that, okay, I was able to do it. So I was in a similar kind of a situation. The most people who practiced regularly and also who were able to follow the particular diet was able to experience. I saw so much change in the way they used to speak before, the way they started speaking afterwards. Clearly I could sense it. And then people used to say that, okay, no, it doesn't work for me, these kind of things initially, because they were not able to sit for 15 minutes, 10 minutes. And then over a period of time, they are able to sit for half an hour, 1 hour. So when we started meditation sessions here in Belgium, because I told you, right, wherever I used to go, there are hundreds and hundreds of people. And when I came over here, I hardly see 5, 6 people, 10 people. And then I used to worry that where am I? What is happening? Am I not teaching well, or am I not giving enough, let's say, energy that people could come and experience? Or is it like this? Then I remember Patisar saying that, okay, I used to travel for one person all the way. And then it became hundreds and 100,000 people, lakhs and lakhs of people started doing meditation. And then I said, okay, fine. Then quality is important than quantity. I told myself. And then I continued like that. And then slowly, I didn't had any expectation on the number of people that are going to attend the session. I just used to feel that even one person is enough if they are transformed. And then slowly people gave up non-vegetarian, which they used to eat almost every day. And then they started having improvement in their life. They were able to work better, handle the things better. They were able to sleep well, because there are a lot of people who are suffering these days. They are not able to sleep because of too much of tensions and so on, and they are getting addicted to the drugs, smoking, whatnot, everything. And I saw many people who were suffering this, and with a simple meditation for 40 days, or some people even after 10, 15 days, I could see the change. And they used to come back and say that, thank you so much. I told them, it's not, the credit not goes to me, the credit goes to you, because I'm just the medium. I gave the information, what I was supposed to give it to you. You are the one who really worked on it, carry with you all the time, and help your family members around, help the people around. So that's how I saw a tremendous changes, and I used to feel very, very happy for them and for me also personally, that, okay, yes, it is working. Whatever I'm experiencing, it is working for others as well. So it's like that. I saw many cases. They shared wonderful experiences, especially when we started the center. We conducted continuous 15 full moon day sessions. So people used to come here. It's a hybrid session. Some used to come here and some used to attend remotely. And we used to cook and offer the food for everybody, those who visit us. We just broke one session because I was in India till this week. So I just came over here. So we did 15 sessions, 12 full moon days plus 3 special meditation sessions we did. In this 1 year time, we touched around 500 to 600 people, new people who doesn't know meditation. So that's the whole credit goes to the masters, because now each and every day I'm transforming, and my energy levels are clearly visible to me that it's going higher and higher, and there's no look back. It is just flowing. So I'm really enjoying this flow of abundance from the universe and from the masters.
Wow, wonderful. You almost answered my next question. I was about to ask you what is the inspiration behind opening this meditation center in Belgium. So did you face any kind of challenges? Though I know there was some support from the client you mentioned, and yet everything that we do comes with a challenge, either to teach us something or to, it has its reason. So what are the kind of challenges you faced when opening that?
So when it comes to the opening of the center, it was quite smooth. Okay. Before opening the center, even we used to give sessions, besides in the office, I used to give sessions at home. The biggest challenge was it used to give some frustration at times, very, very lesser number of times, when I was giving my entire time for meditation, and then suddenly for a couple of sessions, nobody came and they didn't even bother to inform. Okay. Then I felt, okay, people are not getting the value what we are giving. And then I used to stop. And then again used to resume the sessions. So then over a period, I understood that if nobody is there, okay, I started doing meditation myself. I used to thank them that, okay, thank that you didn't come. So I do meditation myself. And then if one person comes, I used to teach meditation to one person. So the biggest challenge is that that we faced is like this. Like I was dedicating my time, shifting all my plans to ensure that this session takes place. So I always took a decision in my life way back in 2008. There should not be any day in my life without meditation. Wherever I am, even if I'm traveling, I do meditation in flight. If I'm traveling in a train, I do meditation in train. If I'm on the road, just sit next to the tree and do meditation. So I told myself that, okay, whatever happens, there should not be any day in my entire life till the time I vacate this body that there should not be a day without meditation. And always my experiences and even experiences from people, like in this center, those who came with all the problems are vanished within a period of 40 days, 60 days. Like some were suffering that they were not having kids for a long time. So I told them, do meditation, do whatever. You have to understand when you are suffering from something, you have to understand. And I did a inner child and family constellation and past life regression with Dr. Newton sir, Dr. Lakshmi madam. So that also opened up another dimension in me to understand what are the hidden things, hidden dynamics where I need to solve. Because when you personally experience and understand more and more things, you will be able to understand others' problems to some extent and give whatever suggestions that you could. So these are all the things which, especially in last 5-6 years, there's a tremendous shift in me. And that shift helped me to also speed up the things, spread more and more meditation. And now it's easy after COVID that people are coming forward and asking for the sessions. Earlier we used to go, now they are coming. That's a change. Yeah. And in Belgium, whoever is organizing some sessions and so any event that they are organizing, they are inviting us, giving us 20-30 minutes. Sir, give some session. So I'll share one wonderful experience that I had last year, this year during Sri Ramanavami Day. Okay. So there is a bigger celebration that was planned in Belgium. I was invited for that event, and it's about around 500, including kids, adults, and everybody. So I suddenly called and asked, okay, hey, we are doing this Rama Kalyanam. So can you please come and give some session for them? So I was not sure because it is not the places where I went and gave the sessions anytime before. So I sat in a meditation and then I connected to Hanumanji, Lord Hanuman. I asked Swamiji, what should I give these people? I always there's one thing which I forgot to say, that whenever I go for any session, I don't prepare anything. I just go with emptiness and with complete surrender to the masters. I feel that they are the ones who speak through me. It's not me. And that I experience all my life till date. Any session, no preparation. And sometimes people used to ask, okay, what topic are you going to speak today? I used to tell them, I don't know. And sometimes people used to think that, okay, I'm arrogant or egoistic, that, okay, that I want to show myself as but it is not the case. It is not the case. So then to that event, I connected with Hanumanji and I got a wonderful message, and then I was trying to connect the dots and meditated, and I went there finally. So the message goes like this. So I told them that, okay, I'm going to teach Ramayana to them. Okay. And they were also not sure so they thought, okay, I'll give some pravachan. Yeah. So I went there, I asked them, how many of you want to connect with Lord Sri Ram and Ma Sita Mata and Lord Hanuman? They said, how will you, are you sure that you are going to connect with me? Yes, I am promising you that you all will be connected. They said, yes, we want to connect. Then I asked them, in your body, where do you want to place Lord Sri Rama and Sita Mata? They said, okay, our heart is for Rama, and we'll fix heart for Rama. And they told, what about Ma Sita? They said, the heartbeat is the Sita. Wherever Ram is there, Ma Sita. And then I told them, now it's time for Hanuman. So I asked, what are the other names? Because this message I got it from Hanuman itself. This is not my message. I searched it in Google and I could not find it anywhere. So Hanuman's another name is Pavanputra and Vayuputra. So we are all Vayuputra. Whoever is breathing, they are all experiencing Hanuman. So I told them, the breath is Hanuman going in and meeting Rama. And what about Ravan? So Ravan is our egos, anger, pain, all those. So I asked them to take all those 10 qualities. With the help of breath, we are going to calm them down. So which means that all those surface level problems are calmed with breath. And with the deeper understanding and experience of Rama, is aiming them and removing all those which are there, which you are carrying from so many lives and so many days. And they all experienced wonderful. So I took them in meditation. I told them to place Rama and Sita in your heart. And when you're breathing, just feel that Hanumanji is going and meeting them. It's the same meditation only I was teaching, but in a different way. And they all liked it. They were so mesmerized, and they started saying that, okay, hey, we never heard about this kind of a thing. Where is it? I told them, I don't know. You should ask him. They should ask Hanumanji. This is not my technique. I asked him and he gave it. I'm delivering. That's it. And the same thing I also delivered it in Buddha Purnima celebrations in Germany. So there also people were like, they said, whenever we breathe, we remember Hanumanji. Whenever we remember Hanumanji, we breathe. So that is good enough. So, and thanks to Hanumanji for this kind of a wisdom, because these days, if you teach any technique straightforward, people don't get it. You just have to connect with the regular day-to-day one. And that's one of the things which work quite well.
Right. No, that's beautiful. I heard many versions of this, but amazing. Thanks for sharing that. So our deep gratitude, of course, to the Grand Master Patriji, who has enabled this, who brought this to everyone, and many of us are spreading meditation. So what is Patriji to you?
So Patri sir, I used to call him always sir, because I used to treat him as my friend, to be honest with you, because I met him in 2006 at his home, and I used to live 2 streets further nearby his house. So when I went to his home, he was watching TV, cricket on television. I play cricket. I used to play cricket at the time as well. And we both watched cricket, and he asked who will win. I said, okay, of course, India will win, and so on. So like that. So when you meet a master, I was thinking that he's going to tell me about meditation and, a lot of expectation and so on. And by the time when I entered there, we were just like, the fellow friends sitting next to each other, watching TV like a kids and, enjoying it. So that's the first thing which I liked, because any master, where you go, it's not the guru who says, the people around says that, hey, you should be like this, you should be quiet, you should be like this, and so on. Here, there's nothing. Everybody is, okay, whenever there is a tea in between, everybody having a tea and then watching and so on. So that was my first meeting with him. And then afterwards, I interacted with him various times in Dhyan Pradesh office and Spiritual India offices and so on. It's from the next time onwards, it's more about how we can introduce meditation in schools, colleges. We used to, sir never used to tell that you do it like this. He used to ask, how can we give it? So good part from him is that he never gives anything straight away. He just let you to sense that from him, and then he used to give a final corrections and go. He used to ask, sir, we'll do like this, we'll do like this, and so on. Okay, he used to listen, because the another art that we learn from him is that, because all these things is like, bakwas for him, if I call it literally, master like him. But he used to listen compassionately, listen each and every person, not just me, not just people around, anyone. Most of the time we used to listen. So that's the greatest quality of a master, to see what that person is, how serious that other person is. Because there are many people used to come, I want to do this, and after 3 days they used to disappear. So you should have a commitment, because the commitment also I learned from him. Because one person, if he was able to travel all the way 4, 5 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, so it's a serious commitment. Okay. And selflessness. Another thing that I learned from his selflessness. You give whatever is coming to you freely. Because here also a lot of people ask, why don't you charge? Because there are many people who charge per month around, if I literally convert into Indian currency, around 25,000 rupees for just 8 sessions. And the same thing I give them free, offer food and everything, because we all learn from him. And Pati sir also used to say that always food is another way to connect with people. When you cook with a good intention, that energy carries, and the other person will start listening to you, because what you cooked went inside, and he was able to establish a connect with you and him. So that's why in all our Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, always food is an important thing besides meditation. So that I learned it from him. So like this, it was a wonderful journey. And one time what happened is, he asked me to go and conduct vegetarian rallies at 3 places on the same day. So we went one day before, and before sir comes, we used to arrange everything, give them instructions, and move it to the next place, because then he used to continue that meditation and rally. We used to participate in rally, and then when sir was giving meditation sessions, we used to go to the another village or another place where he's going to come next, and like that. So on a given day, we did it 3 sessions at a different, at a travel of like 2 hours. We used to travel, and then we used to do it. But we never used to feel any tiredness and so on. Even we never used to bother that, okay, I didn't eat my breakfast, I didn't eat my lunch. No, nothing at all. And he made us, or he taught us that way, that how you should work. Okay. Everything is in our mind. If our mind thinks that, hey, I cannot do it, you cannot do it, you will not be able to do it. So beyond the mind. And then what happened was, in one of the vegetarian rallies, so I was not belong to that place, but I was on the stage and doing everything. He called me and said, you're not from here. Why are you here? You just go and sit in the crowd. So I felt little bad, because throughout the day I worked for it, and sir asked me to go and sit in the crowd, not on the stage. So that is one way of removing the ego. Okay. He removed that, and then after the session, he called me, and then he made everybody said, he's a wonderful master. We have to learn from him. And he's the light, and you're all like dark people. Be in his presence, so that you'll get some light and you will inspire. So at that time, he removed my ego, because I was like, okay, I'm doing this and so on. Then somebody has to break it. So he was able to successfully do that. And then I used to sense it. Yes, today I'm here, I conduct it. Tomorrow I'm gone. The local presence should continue and carry this. If they are on the stage, they'll be able to continue and carry. If I'm there, I'm establishing a dependency. So another quality that I learned from is there's no dependency. Everyone is independent. You experience it, do sadhana, give what you could give, just move on. So this is another thing. So he is like, a walking God, working and walking both together. It was always a learning, and also he used to appreciate every activity that we used to do, because he struggled a lot. He understand the struggles, and he saw many things. So he was able to understand the way we. So he used to be a motivational person for us, and then we were able to just do it with ease. And if there is anything, anyway, there is an access, we can go always and speak to him. It's not like I had to take an appointment, see him in a month and so on. No. Whenever we used to feel like, okay, let's go to Patrice's house, go. It's like that. So that kind of an access is not easy in a modern era, especially in various other organizations. So here I was so fortunate to have such a let's say close collaboration. And he never used to say no to anything that we used to say. We say, okay, do it. Even he was sure that we are going to fall or it will be critical. He used to say, go and experience. It's okay. It's okay to fail. Because how many of you would agree that, okay, I never, especially people who don't meditate, or even those who meditate also will not have that gut feeling that, okay, he's going to lose it, but let him lose. It's not like that. But yeah, that's another thing. Like, it's a great experience. So like this, we had plenty of things. Some of the things which I could recollect it now. So a master is someone who shows how you should be, who inspires how you should be. That's it. He never used to say, do like this only. And another great thing is that he never used to say that, okay, you don't read Osho, you don't read this. You learn from every master. That's also another beautiful thing which I learned from him. So that gives you a lot of freedom, and also at the same time, some sense of ownership. Okay, that you don't speak just like that without having an experience. And having multiple skills, multi-skilled is always energy and always a strength. So that's what is Patriji for me. In brief words, if I can put it.
Yes, I know you have plenty because you spend so much time with him, and
Yes,
a short answer is not enough. But yeah, we could gauge and understand how much. And you beautifully narrated that. You covered all aspects of the way Patriji really handles. So I'm curious about one association that you're associated with, like USRC, Universal Spiritual Research Center. So can you just give some insight about this, the goals and activities of USRC in India?
So USRC, so the founder member of this organization. So I'm one of the founder members, but the main founder member was Sri Ramaswamy. So he used to be part of pssm earlier. Okay, of course. So then he was doing regular meditation and so on. He came to meet me all the way from his place. I don't know him before. He don't know me as well. He just came all the way from his hometown, from Chittoor to Hyderabad. So this organization is there in near to in Chittoor. It's a village called Sri Kaveri Rajapuram. It is just the border village of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So hill is the place. This side is Andhra Pradesh. The other side is Tamil Nadu, and hill is this USRC. Okay. So and his house is opposite to this hill. So he came all the way to Hyderabad. He came and told that, okay, I came for you. Then I was quite surprised. Who is he then all the way? Because by then I was also doing meditation, and I know that he's also doing meditation. And then I asked, like again, I was listening to what he was saying and so on, and then he spent a couple of days in my place, and then we did meditation and connected to that place astrally. So then I saw everything and explained him what I saw and so on. Then we went to in Amaravati, Dhyana Yajna at the time. I think Dhyana Yajna, yes. So we went together and then attended there for 2-3 days. And then he said, okay, you told some experiences, right? Okay, can we go to that place and see? I said, I was so curious because what I saw, I wanted to have some kind of a validation that it is not a dream. So I went there and then I saw everything what I witnessed in meditation. And then we connected, I spent there on the hill for 3 nights. We did meditation. And I was able to understand, okay, there is a greater grand project that I need to take it up. And then that's when I started connecting with Mahathar Babaji. So we constructed a 25 by 25 pyramid there, downstairs, not on the hill. And on the hill, we had a proposal to construct 3 pyramids, which we also validated with Patri sir. So Patri sir told that it is the biggest project that you guys have taken. It's not easy to finish it in one lifetime, he said. But he said, go ahead and do it. And Patri Madam, who came and inaugurated that inaugural session, and also, so we have a dormitory and a meditation 25 by 25 pyramid. And on top of the hill, there is a hut pyramid that we had. Now it's collapsed. We are going to reconstruct. So the main purpose of this is like, okay, in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu especially, there's a lot of damage happening to the hills and the nature because it's known for granite. On those hills, like for example, this place which we are calling, if you just step in there, you will get into meditative state, that powerful. Because I every year I go there and spend time. This year I could not go. So there, it's plenty of energy because mineral energy is what it does is like it takes away all your negative energy and radiates you. So people started having a greater experiences, but at the same time, some are unable to bear it. So then our founder member Ramaswamiji, he established a small temple, Lord Shiva temple, because the Shivlinga will balance the energies. So that's why, and then all these were communicated to sir and everybody is aware. And then on top of the hill, we wanted to establish a road. Nobody was able to come because it was like full, it's a forest by itself. And one guy came and said, whatever happens to me, I'll do it. And he did it. So every year we celebrate, so anybody can come and stay as many days as possible in the dormitory, and there'll be people who cook and offer free. Everything is free there. And we tell them, if you want to do some service like planting a tree or watering a tree, you do it. And then and our floating crowd is especially the university students, the SV University and Tirupati University students and so on. They come and stay there. So why it is named as like Universal Spiritual Research Center is like, it's like a research center. We don't want to call it as anything, a temple or anything. It's a research center. What kind of research you can do? The spiritual research. Whatever you are going through in you, just come and experience, be there in that place. And as I said, we have a cave, small cave, which is called Mahathar Babaji Cave. So it is still under construction because there is plenty, it's a very, very big project. So we have currently a master called Chinnaswamy who's living there. And there are other guys, Rajesh and other people who are taking care, who are in that neighborhood, and we connect every time from here. So this is just to awaken the people, bring in awareness in people that, okay, hey, animal, mineral, plant kingdom is equally important. We don't have any right to spoil the nature. And the second thing is to awaken them, to make them realize with the meditation, with the awareness of this message. And we also conduct a lot of meditation sessions in the neighborhood, villages, in schools, and because it's a rural area, it's not easy. They are the best guys to go and experience deeper levels of consciousness, because they would not have any other navigation. They simply connect. They think less about their life. So that is the purpose of this organization.
Wonderful. Wow. And the best wishes for that, because this is something which I'm hearing for the first time, though. Thank you so much. I was just noticing the time as well. I'm asking questions, but I'm sure there'll be many more questions which the participants would like to ask. So friends, please, I mean, it's a conversation, so please feel free to raise your hand or post your question in the chat. We can take up that with Shashidhar. So by the time people ask a question, I have one last question
Yes.
with you, Shashidhar. So what advice would you give to someone who is looking forward to balance their busy professional life with spiritual journey? Because you have seen both sides of the coin, being in software industry, and you are actively on the other side as well. So what is your advice?
Yeah. So one advice is do regular sadhana. Okay. Because most of the people, you should have time for yourself, at least 1 hour a day. Okay. So take it. So most of the time we think about taking a bigger decisions, but we fail to take a small decisions. So take a small decision from tomorrow that whatever happens, whatever is the way that is happening in my life, I take 1 hour for myself. Half an hour in the morning, first thing I do is meditation. Half an hour I do meditation in the evening while going bed. Rest all, let it continue. So all of a sudden, you start feeling some changes in you. You will be slowly able to understand what is going wrong, what is going correct. Okay. And when you know that what is going wrong, you will be able to correct it by yourself or take the help of others to correct it. Whatever which is already going right way, you don't need to worry. It will continue to go. Okay. And another beautiful thing which I learned is like from Patriji sir again, he always used to say, break the routine. There's also a conversation, I think, if possible, listen on the YouTube. Break the routine. I never used to understand when he told, but when I heard Dr. Joe Dispenza, one of the masters, he told that our brain, first 25, 30 years, whatever you do, rest of the lifetime, you just repeat. Like, for example, imagine yourself, the moment you wake up, consciously or unconsciously, you will just know the path where to go and brush your teeth, how to brush your teeth. You don't even need to have an awareness because this is all recorded in your brain. So I watched a series called Rewire Your Brain. Okay. And then that's when I was able to understand Patriji sir way back that he told, break the routine. So then, for example, a simple thing, if you're brushing with your teeth with your, let's say, left hand or right hand, just do it with the other hand. You will see all of a sudden some kind of a consciousness in you, and your brain start witnessing what is happening. So when you are going through any problem or anything, in order to understand the root cause, you need to first connect with yourself. So connecting yourself is only through meditation. Okay. No guru on this planet Earth is going to solve your problems. They'll just give suggestions how you can solve your problems, or at the most they share their experiences how you can. And then they give the techniques. That's it. So you just have to do your own sadhana, regular practice. So there is a beautiful thing which I heard recently. One thing that you carries even after vacating your body. Can we guess what it is? Anyone like to guess?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
Good. What else?
Maybe
Okay.
thoughts.
Thoughts. Okay. Okay. Just in the interest of time, I answer it myself. sadhana. You carry your own sadhana even after vacating this life, this body. Okay. So there is a difference between dana and sadhana. Dana, whatever you earn, you have to leave it here. Whatever sadhana that you earn through sadhana, that you carry beyond this life, you will carry to your future lives as well. So what comes with you is only your sadhana. Okay. So if you are able to practice sincerely anything, even music, art, play, meditation, whatever it is, that comes with you. So it's important that we connect with ourselves every day. If you connect with yourself, you will be able to understand what is working for you, what is not working for you, what is needed for you, what is not needed for you. Yeah, that is very simple. Just take a simple question. Whatever happens from tomorrow, I give 1 hour time for myself, and then you will see the magic. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much. We have a hand raised by Ravindra ji.
Namaste ji.
Yeah.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you very much, Shashidhar ji. Excellent explanation, and we are very happy to see all the questions are answered actually. Firstly, I congratulate our meditation magic team, the Omega Pyramid team, such as Sharma ji and Sushma ji, arranging such a infinity, such a good program, and we are very happy to see. Presently, I'm in Hyderabad in India. Recently, I came from Dallas. It's a very good explanation, and I appreciate our Sunil ji also. Excellent questions he poured, and really got good answers also from you. And we are very happy to see all these, whatever you shared about whoever comes to the meditation. What I feel is the only soul state. Just like that, any person cannot. Any number of times you may tell to people, their soul state, no, it's called in Telugu Atma Sthiti. That should be there. At that time, then only people may come to the meditation. But as you said, I'm very happy to see that you are spreading in Belgium. A lot of efforts you are putting on. As you said, that Patriji also, for only one person, he went in a bus and he waited for those people, and he only one person, and he taught meditation. Really appreciate that also. You also doing the same thing in Belgium. All the best, and as you said, egoism, ego should not be there. That's what the Patriji also told. No, egoism is not good. And I always say, who breathes must meditate. Who breathes must meditate. The human being only, no, actually, that we have that. We are very much blessed to breathing and like that. Other animals cannot, even though they are breathing, they cannot meditate, because we are as a human being, we are very fortunate to do this meditation. And Patriji, as you said also, Patriji says always, first you take food, then you go for do meditation later also, like the Patriji used to tell. So this is really very good, and the way that you explained, it's a very clear, everybody can understand whatever you said. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Shashidhar and Sunil ji also. I appreciate Sharma ji and Sushma ji and other masters arranging such a good programs. I hope such a program will continue. We are really happy. Even from India also, I will definitely participate in this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ravindra ji. Yes, this program will continue. That's the reason we call it Infinity, and it's going to be there forever. Thank you so much. Yes, I can see one more hand raised. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, the Sunday morning, I like a lot these sessions. Generally, I came to the park and I will see nature and I will listen good talks. Very nice. Whole day I carry, happy hormones, maybe I can say. My question is like, this is a material world, so Master never distracted of any of these things, maybe movies or parties. Lot of things will go on, right? So we will easily distracted. How to come back again?
So get disturbed first. Experience the disturbance first to understand. So what will happen is that we are in a middle path. Okay, we are in our family life plus the spiritual life, right? So which is quite, let's say, challenging for even not only for us, even the great grandmasters like Lord Sri Rama, Sri Krishna, who visited this planet Earth and showed us what kind of difficulties you will have in a family life. But despite that, how you can still achieve or complete your journey, the purpose of your life. So you will always have a choice, right? Okay, in front of you, there are 2 food items. Okay, you will have a choice. Okay, so everyone will have a free will. Like, for example, most of my friends, or let's say they do partying and so on, and they know that, and after partying, when they are in a trouble, they need some help, they'll come to me that, okay, I can fix them or give them some suggestion. Yeah. And whenever they invite me, they know that, okay, they have to be in a particular way. So they will automatically sense it. So you will always have a free will. Like, for example, in some of the houses, I keep hear from our participants as well that, sir, I don't eat non-vegetarian, but for my kid and for my husband, I'm cooking. What should I do? Okay. So I told them, you make them understand why one should not eat. Okay. Whether they understand it or not, you tell them. Yeah. And one day that tree will grow and they will stop. And then what will happen is that you do your dharma. Okay. Tell them that today onwards, I'm just going to cook vegetarian food, whether you like it or not. I'm going to serve you guys, but I'm not going to do for this reason. Okay. They will resist. They will fight against and so on. You experience that because it's a beautiful experience. You feel that, okay, hey, I'm doing meditation. Why these people are, my own people are behaving like this and so on. You will get frustrated, anger and so on. But once that all settle down, you understand. You imagine their lifestyle, their law of karma, because we all carry, okay, prarabdha karma, right? You come with a bank loan. You have to pay. Otherwise, your loan will pile up, and so on. You have to experience it because as a soul, when you are coming to this planet Earth, you all will have this blueprint and plan. Okay. But you will always have a free will to change it. You will always have a free will to change. For example, my full name is Shashidhar Reddy Guna. So people used to call you born in a family who eats non-vegetarian, but you are a vegetarian for more than 20 years. How come it is possible? Okay. We always argument that, okay, what if you don't eat, then you will have all the animals on the planet like us. Okay, let it be. Okay. And then human life is very, very precious. Okay. Of course, there will be various stages like Balatma, okay, adult, and then there will be various stages and Vruddhatmas. Okay. Soul stages. So people will behave as per their standard. Okay. So if somebody is partying, you will have a free will and choice that whether you want to be part of it or not. That's it. For example, you're tempted and being part of that. It's okay. Go and experience it and you will learn and understand. But never regret. Never regret and never feel guilt that, okay, why I did this despite knowing. Everything in life is a learning. Okay. With that learning, whenever that situation again comes in future, bring that learning, then everything will be all right. You will be taken care. So that's what is my experience.
Yeah, student life, from student life onwards, you are stick to this meditation. That's what I wonder. Like, student life means maybe love or some parties. A lot of things will go on student life, but
I
you
did
will stick.
everything in my own limited way.
Okay.
Okay? Like, for example, I used to be part of the parties. It's okay that you can interact, you can socialize with people, but I never used to eat the food which I'm not supposed to eat. So I have my own boundaries being in that. And I
Okay.
always used to watch movies. When I was a student, and when I was doing my graduation, every week I used to watch 2 movies. Every week. So there used to be a weekly theater nearby my home, Amberpet. And then every week there's a Hindi movie and Telugu movie. I used to watch both. So there's nothing wrong watching movies. Only thing is that you don't get entangled to it, entangled to the characters. Just everything is a learning in a different form. So some comes in a most criminal way, some comes in a most soft way. We all will have certain likes and dislikes because with our own conditioning, we establish ourselves that, okay, only if somebody tells like this, only I understand. Other way is not good. Never reject like that. Always experience. Even Patri sir watched lot of movies. Okay. There is a beautiful song that he connected with the spirituality. You can listen to that. Na dari adari, na peru bikari. In Telugu, it is there. You listen to that. That gave me, like, it's a mind blowing. That each and every word that he took and explained is so good. He was not rejecting the movie. He was not rejecting the song, but he was taking the essence what was needed. So when you are in awareness and consciousness, you know what you can take it up from that and what you can leave it out. Okay.
Sir, for example, like as you said, just don't go into the characters of the movie, means you won't feel any emotions. Means we should not,
Yeah, please go ahead.
because
You will have
when,
it.
go
You will
ahead,
have
sir.
it. You will have it. Even I used to experience it, but how quickly you get rid of it is the key.
That's what, sir. It carry on for 1 week, and we will still into that, because especially myself, I don't know. I'm always thinking. I never share to anyone. Also, maybe it's bad. How busy I am whole day, whole night, even without watching at least 1 or 2 hours, either movie or anything. I cannot get the sleep also, because that is where watching TV, I will be very calm, and I will involve so much, and after that I will carry and I will think about the story, like how maybe this change is good, that one is good, like that. Because why I chose that one means, instead of talking on phones with some blah 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 things and all, watching TV is good. At least I won't talk any negative about others and these things I started. But going forward, I was involved in more into that every day. 2 hours, it's time is increasing.
You will get addicted.
Now I'm not able to come out of it. Always my husband is scolding, even night, until if I work until 12 o'clock, from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock I will watch the TV, then I will be relaxed.
You are like conditioned like that, and also, like as I said just now, break the routine.
Break
Okay?
the routine.
Break the routine.
That's
Instead
because
of
very easily break the routine,
you,
but
you
it's
remove. Yeah, for example, I'll tell you one small story. One guy goes to Ramana Maharshi. Okay. He says, "Sir, I want peace." Okay. You are the great Maharshi. Okay. Please, I want peace. He says, fine. What you can do is today you drop I and go home. Okay. He goes home.
okay.
I want peace. Okay. He asks him to drop the first letter, first word.
Okay.
He goes home and comes back. Tomorrow he should say, want peace. Okay. And then he asks, second day, you drop that word and go home. Okay. You came to me that I'm asking, just drop this with me. And third day he comes. Okay. What are you with? Says peace. Did I give anything? No. It is with you. You just had to sense it. So what you could do is, instead of watching TV, okay, watch yourself.
Oh.
From today, watch yourself, because if you are getting addicted to something means you are trying to escape something from. Okay, that is a hidden, let's say I could just give it briefly. When somebody is getting addicted means they are not able to get what they are supposed to get in their life. So that's why they are just bypassing and getting addicted in a different way. So smoking or anything, be it watching TV, is also one kind of an addiction. When you are getting addicted means there is a root cause that you are trying to escape from it. Instead, go within and see why you are. Ask a question like, why am I addicted to TV? Why am I addicted to television? You won't get answer on a first day. You may or may not get. Just have that question, do meditation. Have that question, do meditation. One fine day, you will get the answer. So whatever you are doing, just slowly cut step by step. Don't from tomorrow, whatever happens, I'll break my TV and sit. No, you should not do anything violently or just like that. Just be yourself, be conscious, bring the awareness. Instead of 2 hours today, I'll just watch 1 hour, and whatever happens, even if something interesting scene happens, I'll cut it down. In meditation, in spiritual life, what will happen is that you will get a lot of tests. I'm sure you might have had this. We get a lot of tests. It is just to test whether you pass or fail. Nobody is there to judge you. It is just for yourself whether you will pass or fail. That's it. If you keep failing, it means you have to, it's like a board exam. Till the time you clear, you have to continue to do the same. But who has to clear is ultimately you. So any master over here or Patri sir, whoever it is, they can just give you the technique. All you have to do is utilize it, use it. Use it for yourself first. See what is happening. Find out the root cause. Ask the question. If you don't know the answer, it's simple. Just asking the question is very simple. No, you just ask the question to yourself. Why am I having this? What is the reason behind? Then you will understand.
No, from what I'm escaping. Even I don't know what I'm escaping and coming.
Yes, that's what you try to find it. You will find it. I'm sure you will find it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have one more hand raised. I think I'll take this as a last one in the interest of time. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
Namaste, masters. So, master, that was a wonderful session. So the point, Shashidhar master, is that Shashidhar master? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, master. So. Yeah. So the point you said, one point, like for kids or somebody, if you start telling about teaching about meditation and just ask them straight like, okay, no thoughts, just pause your thoughts. So that is difficult, right? So that's a good point. Like, yeah, just start with like close your eyes for 5 minutes, then next day 10 minutes. So yeah, that is very good, master. And also, so you were telling about break the routine, right, master? So can you please elaborate more on that? Like here in US life, I think it's more routine, master. I feel it is very routine. So I want to break it. So
yeah. So identify the things that you do from morning to evening. Okay. Right from the morning till evening, what all you do, put it on a paper. Okay. Next to it, write how you want to break it. Like I told you, right? Like, for example, if I'm brushing my teeth with the right hand, try to do it with the left hand tomorrow. Just for a change. Okay. See what it brings. Yeah. For example, if you are having a breakfast every day, some cooked items, take the raw one or some fruits. Okay. If you are, let's say, first thing that you're doing is looking at your mobile phone, tomorrow don't do it one day. Okay. So like this, like whatever you are doing, just try to break that and do a different thing. What will happen is that all of a sudden, on that day, if you observe yourself, you will start having a different feeling in you. Okay. And also, like for example, if you're let's say cooking every day, ask your husband to cook one day.
We'll not have food on that day.
Okay. You be ready for that.
Yeah.
So it's always like, what we do is like we are so conditioned ourselves. So whatever, like for example, if you look back yourself, what you're doing today, you might be doing the same thing yesterday, day before yesterday, 1 month back, 2 months back, 1 year
Yes.
back, years back.
Yes.
Exactly the same thing. Maybe here and there, 1-2% might have been changed. So whatever things which are good, you keep it, and whatever things which you want to change, break it. So in order to break that, you break everything, and then you will understand what you want to keep it remain with you and what you want to get rid of it.
Okay, Master.
Okay. So it's all like, everyone can give suggestions and information, but it is ultimately you that you have to take a decision that I want to break this and, do something different from tomorrow. That simple decision making is very important. We think about bigger decisions. Okay, I want to build let's say a multi meditation project. But if you are not able to do meditation on a day-to-day basis, if you're not able to take this simple decision, that will become difficult. So always take simple decisions in life, and that will give a beautiful wisdom and energies to carry on a bigger projects, and you'll be able to inspire so many people. So that's my experience and suggestion for you.
Okay. Thank you, Master.
Thank you for asking this question.
Thank you. It was very important, in fact. We have one more hand raised. I'm not sure if your time hard pressed with time.
Please go ahead.
Okay. We'll take this one last question.
Yeah, no problem.
Sri Om Ji, please go ahead. Let's make it quick. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, brother. Shashi, brother. Hope you remember.
Yes, Ramesh.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. Thank you, brother. For a long time. Hope you're doing always well.
Wonderful.
Yeah. For a long period, just I have seen unexpectedly this session. I can't express anything anymore. Your session is very amazing and extraordinary. Yeah, thanks a lot, brother. We will meet in offline mode then after some time, if you are available.
Wonderful, Ramesh. So nice to see you here, and
Thank you.
happy to see you here.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was nice connecting. Wonderful.
So he was one of the master who did his studies in Nagar Karnool. Okay. And there's a wonderful master called Chandrama who constructed a pyramid. She was a retired teacher, and she don't have any kids and so on. So all her life she dedicated for pssm. So she donated. She sold her house and donated the money to Brahmanapalli. There is a place called Omkareshwar, you might have heard. So in Om shape, there will be 12, 13 pyramids that will be there. 18 pyramids will be there. So she dedicated her life to that center now, that place. So I know him through her.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. I never met him in person, by the way. we never met each other in person.
Okay. Good, great. Thank you so much. So before we conclude, I would like to make a special mention to the Omega Pyramid team from Dallas, USA, and especially a big thank you to Srihari Sharma sir. In fact, Omega Pyramid is sponsoring and supporting this beautiful initiative. So we would like to hear a few words from Srihari Sharma sir. And unmute. Yes, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sunil. Have a Shashidhar sir. Beautiful session. I hail from near village near Shadnagar in near Hyderabad, Mahabubnagar district. So I heard you are from Harlem. That's why I just mentioned.
Yes.
So here in Dallas area, US, we started a Omega mega pyramid project. It is like 180 feet by 180 feet Kartal size. So we acquired the land and we are working on the next steps to actually build a pyramid. So I heard you already built a pyramid near that village you mentioned, and it seems so you have long association with Patriji and in pssm. So I would like to request to throw some light on this mega pyramids and pyramid energies and
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much, sir, for supporting these kind of great initiatives, because it's always very important that some helping hands will inspire all the people to work more and more, and so that way we spread more and more energies around. So that for that, I would like to thank you already. So the pyramid, so like right now also I am under the 7x7 pyramid, which I placed it in my meditation center. So we in Belgium, one floor I completely dedicated for meditation. So anybody can come and do meditation anytime. And if they know, we ask them to do meditation on their own. If they don't know, we teach them how to do it. That's it. So we always so pyramid energies, that we all know that it's three times more powerful than without pyramids. And a lot of experiments were done. And when we were placing this, so people used to do meditation under pyramid and outside the pyramid to see and experience. So it's all like experimenting and experiencing it. And they started liking it and asking, okay, where can I buy this? Yeah. It is like, introducing to everybody and then asking them to feel it, how they are feeling it. And that's when they'll be able to start understanding the power of pyramid energies. Because especially in Europe, people know about Egyptian pyramids. Okay. I've been to Bosnia pyramids as well. People in Bosnia, so one of the colleague of mine used to attend meditation sessions. And then I visited in 2011. I told her that Bosnia has got pyramids and these are the oldest on the planet Earth. She was surprised because she was from that place. She said, no, I never saw it, and so on. I said, okay, let's go. And we went with her and showed her, this is a sun pyramid, this is a moon pyramid, and so on. And she was surprised that, okay, she was born and brought up there. She was not aware. So by spreading more and more, so then we spent time there, and she was a bit scared about the going inside the pyramid, because there's a small tunnel that they opened it now to go and meditate, but it is not a full meditation space. And then they have a myth of like, to keep the Egyptian mummies, especially in that Egyptian pyramid. Yeah. So I gave them the meditation, the pyramid caps to them, and wear it and experience it. So I got some 50, 60 pyramids when I was coming from India. And then I used to give them in the session and keep it and then come back, return it afterwards. Or if they are regular, I used to give it them back. So then they started feeling the pyramid energies. And then I told them that this is the same diamond angle. You all are wearing the diamonds, right? So the diamond has got the same angle. The temple also got the same angles there. That's why they are so powerful and energetic. These are all like recharging centers. And then making them understand and then start experimenting, like, keeping some vegetables, fruits under the pyramid cap, and then keep the pyramid cap on the bottle and then swallow it and see how tasty it is. So like that, we introduced pyramids, and then pyramid caps were given to them. The people who come and they ask for a pyramid cap, and I give them, experience it, and and share how you're feeling. So that's how they were able to connect more and more. And then meditation in pyramid is 6 times more powerful, because it's a group plus the pyramid energy. And if it is in a nature, like if you have acquired a place, probably it will be in the countryside. So that also adds up. It's like, multiplied by one more time. It's 3 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 3. and then the universal power and energy will also be there for pyramids because of the angle it attracts. So that's what I introduce to the people here in Belgium. Yeah. I always give them a cap and experience to see how they are feeling it.
Great, sir. Great,
Wow,
great.
great.
That is elaborate explanation. Thank you so much.
I'm a surprise.
Hey, so nice to see you, man. How are you?
I am good. I'm good.
I was
I'm
talking
so
about the
happy.
Dhyan project.
Yeah, the Dhyan Vidyarthi project that you
Dhyan
started along with Konda Reddy. Nice to see you. Sharma woke me up. I had a late night session, so I slept late. And I got up when I got to know that it is Shashi Guna. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful,
So,
Shashi. So nice
yeah,
to see you.
we all
Such a
used to
long time.
work. I told right about the Skype sessions.
Yes.
So he was the one who initiated.
No, we did. We all did together, inspired by Sir Patri sir. We all used to be so committed that we used to take out time for all these things. Now, those days, no WhatsApp, no,
Nothing.
except Skype, we didn't have any other option. But today, you see, we have so many options. It's so wonderful to see you, man. Just wanted to
Thank you
say
so
hi.
much, Sampath. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with you.
Sure.
Shashi.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Shashidhar Garu. It was so wonderful. I once again thank Sharma to coordinate, who has been coordinating to ensure that we have a session with you. Thank you so very much for taking out time. I'm sure everyone enjoyed and everyone learned a lot. With this, now I pass it on to Sirisha to do the thanking remarks. Over to you, Sirisha.
Thanks
Thank
to
you.
you, Sunil, as well, for asking wonderful questions. Keeping this space so engaging, so nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Shashidhar sir. It was a very inspiring and wonderful journey hearing from you. A very inspiring journey, sir. Truly, thoroughly enjoyed your all the story you have shared with us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Sharma sir. Friends, thank you so much for connecting today on Sunday evening. So I would like to extend my thanks to our organizing partners as well, Shambhala team and IFSS team from India, and Meditation Magic from USA, Breath Universe from Australia, Beam from Germany, and also PMC English, who is actually streaming the YouTube, these sessions on YouTube, which is very useful for the participants who can view again the session again to get inspired. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
You're all
you.
wonderful souls, and so nice to meet you all. And have a wonderful time. We'll meet again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you,
Again.
friends.
Thank you.
We'll meet you again next week. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Whoa. I'm running short of words right now, but I cannot afford this because I have to speak. Thank you so much for all the love, for all the warmth. Thank you for accepting me. Thank you very much. Well, I always start my talk with a disclaimer. And that disclaimer is that I've never claimed to be a motivational speaker. Yes, I do speak, but I feel more like a storyteller because wherever I go, I share a story with everyone. Well, it is a story of a woman whose perfectly imperfect life made her who and what she is today. It's the story of a woman who, in pursuit of her dreams and aspirations, made other people realize that if you think that your life is hard and you're giving up on that because you think your life is unfair, think again. Because when you think that way, you are being unfair to your own self. It's the story of a woman who made people realize that sometimes problems are not too big. We are too small because we cannot handle them. It is the story of a woman who with time realized that real happiness doesn't lie in success, money, fame. It lies within. Real happiness lies in gratitude. So I am here, and I'm going to share the story of that woman. That is my story. The story of gratitude. I love you too. I love you all. I believe in the power of words. Many people speak before they think. But I know the value of words. The words can make you, break you, they can heal your soul, they can damage you forever. So I always try to use the positive words in my life wherever I go. They call it adversity, I call it opportunity. They call it weakness, I call it strength. They call me disabled, I call myself differently abled. They see my disability. They see my disability, I see my ability. There are some incidents that happen in your life, and those incidents are so strong that they change your DNA. Those incidents or accidents are so strong that they break you physically. They deform your body, but they transform your soul. Those incidents break you, deform you, but they mold you into the best version of you. And the same thing happened to me. And I'm going to share what exactly happened to me. I was 18 years old when I got married. And this thing I'm sharing for the very first time on an international level. I was 18 years old when I got married. I belonged to a very conservative family, a Baloch family, where good daughters never say no to their parents. My father wanted me to get married. And all I said was, if that makes you happy, I'll say yes. And of course, it was never a happy marriage. Just about after 2 years of getting married, about 9 years ago, I met a car accident. Somehow my husband fell asleep and the car fell in the ditch. He managed to jump out, saved himself. I'm happy for him. But I stayed inside the car and I sustained a lot of injuries. The list is a bit long. Don't get scared. I'm perfectly fine now. Radius ulna of my right arm were fractured. The wrist was fractured. Shoulder bone and collarbone were fractured. My whole rib cage got fractured. And because of the rib cage injury, lungs and liver were badly injured. I couldn't breathe. I lost urinary bowel control. That's why I have to wear the bag wherever I go. But that injury that changed me and my life completely as a person and my perception towards living my life was the spine injury. 3 vertebrae of my backbone were completely crushed, and I got paralyzed for the rest of my life. So this accident took place in a far-flung area in the outskirts of a very small province, Balochistan, where there was no first aid, no hospital, no ambulance. I was in the middle of nowhere in that toppled car. Many people came to rescue. They gave me CPR. They dragged me out of the car. And while they were dragging me out, I got the complete transection of my spinal cord. And now there was this debate going on. Should we keep it here? She's going to die. Where should we go? There is no ambulance. There was this 4-wheeler Jeep standing in the corner of the street. They said, put her in the back of the Jeep and take her to the hospital, which is 3 hours away from this place. And I still remember that bumpy ride. I was all broken. They threw me at the back of the Jeep and they rushed me to the hospital. That is where I realized that my half body was fractured and half was paralyzed. I finally ended up in a hospital where I stayed for 2.5 months. I underwent multiple surgeries. Doctors have put a lot of titanium in my arm. There's a lot of titanium at my back to fix my back. That's why people in Pakistan call me the Iron Lady of Pakistan. Sometimes I wonder how easy it is for me to describe all this all over again. And somebody has rightly said that when you share your story and it doesn't make you cry, that means you have healed. Those 2.5 months in the hospital were dreadful. I will not make up stories just to inspire you. I was at the verge of despair. One day, doctor came to me and he said, well, I heard that you wanted to be an artist, but you ended up being a housewife. I have a bad news for you. You won't be able to paint again because your wrist and your arm are so deformed, you won't be able to hold a pen again. And I stayed quiet. Next day, doctor came to me and said, your spine injury is so bad, you won't be able to walk again. I took a deep breath and I said, it's all right. The very next day, doctor came to me and said, because of your spine injury and the fixation that you have in your back, you won't be able to give birth to a child again. That day, I was devastated. I still remember, I asked my mother, why me? And that is where I started to question my existence. Why am I even alive? What's the point of living? I cannot walk, I cannot paint, fine, I cannot be a mother. And we have this thing in our heads, being women, that we are incomplete without having children. I am going to be an incomplete woman for the rest of my life. What's the point? People are scared. They think I will get divorced. What is going to happen to me? Why me? Why am I alive? We all try to chase this tunnel. We all do this because we see light in the end of the tunnel, which keeps us going. My dear friends, in my situation, there was a tunnel that I had to roll on, but there was no light. And that is where I realized that the words have the power to heal the soul. My mother said to me, this too shall pass. God has a greater plan for you. I don't know what it is, but He surely has. And in all that distress and grief, somehow or the other, those words were so magical that they kept me going. I was trying to put that smile on my face all the time, was hiding. It was so hard to hide the pain, which was there. But all I knew was that if I will give up, my mother and my brothers will give up too. I cannot see them crying with me. So what kept me going was, one day I asked my brothers, I know I have a deformed hand, but I'm tired of looking at these white walls in the hospital and wearing these white scrubs. I'm getting tired of this. I want to add more colors to my life. I want to do something. Bring me some colors, bring me some small canvas. I want to paint. So the very first painting I made was on my deathbed, where I painted for the very first time. It was not just an art piece or just my passion. It was my therapy. What an amazing therapy it was. Without uttering a single word, I could paint my heart out. I could share my story. People used to come and say, what lovely painting, so much color. Nobody could see the grief in it. Only I could. So that's how I spent 2.5 months in my hospital, crying, never complaining or whining, but painting. And then I was discharged, and I went back home. And I went back home, and I realized that I have developed a lot of pressure ulcers on my back and on my hip bone. I was unable to sit. There were a lot of infections in my body, a lot of allergies. So doctors wanted me to lie down on the bed straight for not 6 months, for not 1 year, for 2 years. I was bedridden, confined in that one room, looking outside the window, listening to the birds chirping, and thinking maybe there will be a time when we'll be going out with the family and enjoying the nature. That was the time where I realized how lucky people are, but they don't realize. That is the time where I realized that the day I'm going to sit, I'm going to share this pain with everyone to make them realize how blessed they are, and they don't even consider them lucky. There are always turning points in your life. There was a rebirth day that I celebrated. After 2 years and 2.5 months, when I was able to sit on a wheelchair, that was the day when I had the rebirth. I was a completely different person. I still remember the day I sat on the wheelchair for the first time, knowing that I'm never going to leave this, knowing that I won't be able to walk for the rest of my life. I saw myself in the mirror, and I talked to myself. And I still remember what I said. I cannot wait for a miracle to come and make me walk. I cannot sit in the corner of the room crying, cribbing, and begging for mercy because nobody has time. So I have to accept myself the way I am. The sooner, the better. So I applied the lip color for the first time. And I erased it. And I cried. And I said, what am I doing? A person on a wheelchair should not do this. What will people say? Clean it up. I put it again. This time I put it for myself. Because I wanted to feel perfect from within. And that day I decided that I'm going to live life for myself. I am not going to be that perfect person for someone. I am just going to take this moment and I will make it perfect for myself. And you know how it all began? That day I decided that I'm going to fight my fears. We all have fears. Fear of unknown, fear of known, fear of losing people, fear of losing health, money. We want to excel in career, we want to become famous, we want to get money. We are scared all the time. So I wrote down one by one all those fears. And I decided that I'm going to overcome these fears one at a time. You know what was my biggest fear? Divorce. I couldn't stand this word. I was trying to cling on to this person who didn't want me anymore, but I said, no, I have to make it work. But the day I decided that this is nothing but my fear, I liberated myself by setting him free. And I made myself emotionally so strong that the day I got the news that he's getting married, I sent him a text that I'm so happy for you and I wish you all the best. And he knows that I pray for him today. My biggest fear, number 2, was I won't be able to be a mother again. And that was quite devastating for me. But then I realized there are so many children in the world, all they want is acceptance. So there is no point of crying, just go and adopt one. And that's what I did. I gave my name in different organizations, different orphanages. I didn't mention that I'm on a wheelchair, dying to have a child. So I just told them that this is Muniba Mazari and she wants to adopt a boy or girl, whatsoever, but I want to adopt a kid. And I waited patiently. 2 years later, I got this call from a very small city in Pakistan. I got a call and they said, "Are you Muniba Mazari? There is a baby boy and would you like to adopt?" And when I say yes, I could literally feel the labor pain. I said, yes, yes, I am going to adopt him. I am coming to take him home. And when I reached there, the man was sitting and he was looking at me from head to toe. And in back of my head, I kept thinking that, oh my God, he's going to say she's on the wheelchair, she doesn't deserve it. How is she going to take care of him? And I looked at him and I said, do not judge me because I'm on the wheelchair. But you know what he said? He said, I know you will be the best mother of this child. You both are lucky to have each other. And that day, I was 2 days old, and today he's 6. You'll be surprised to know another bigger fear that I had in me. It was facing people. I used to hide myself from people. When I was on bed for 2 years, I used to keep the door closed. I used to pretend that I'm not going to meet anyone, tell them that I'm sleeping. You know why? Because I couldn't stand that sympathy that they had for me. They used to treat me like a patient. When I used to smile, they used to look at me and say that, you're smiling, are you okay? I was tired of this question being asked, are you sick? Well, a lady yesterday at the airport asked me, are you sick? And I said, well, besides the spinal cord injury, I'm fine, I guess. But those are really cute questions. They never used to feel cute when I was on the bed. So I used to hide myself from people, knowing that, oh my God, I'm not going to see that sympathy in their eyes. It's all right. And today I'm here speaking to all these amazing people because I have overcome the fear. You know, when you end up being on the wheelchair, what's the most painful thing? That's another fear that people on the wheelchair, or the people who are differently abled, have in their hearts, but they never share. I'll share that with you. The lack of acceptance. People think that they will not be accepted by the people because we, in the world of perfect people, are imperfects. So I decided that instead of starting an NGO for disability awareness, which I know will not help anyone, I started to appear more in public. I started to paint. I always wanted to. I have done a lot of exhibitions. I'm Pakistan's first wheelchair-bound artist. I have done a lot of modeling campaigns, different campaigns for brands like Tony and Guy. I have done some really funny, breaking the barriers kind of modeling. There was this one by the name Clown Town where I became a clown because I know that clowns have hearts too. And then I also decided that if I really want to make the difference, I am not going to let people use me for their polio campaigns where they will make you a victim and an emblem of misery and mercy and will say that, you know what, give polio drops to your children or they'll become like this girl. I decided that I'm going to join the national TV of Pakistan as an anchor person, and I've been doing a lot of shows for the last 3 years. So when you accept yourself the way you are, the world recognizes you. It all starts from within. Thank you. I became the National Goodwill Ambassador for UN Women Pakistan, and now I speak for the rights of women, children. We talk about inclusion, diversity, gender equality, which is a must. I was featured in BBC 100 Women for 2015. I'm one of the Forbes 30 under 30 for 2016. And it all didn't happen alone. You all are thriving in your careers. You have bigger dreams and aspirations in life. Always remember one thing. On the road to success, there is always we, not me. Do not think that you alone can achieve things. No. There is always another person who is standing behind you, maybe not coming on the forefront, but behind you, praying for you and supporting you. Never lose that person. Never. No matter how much I say that I couldn't find a hero, so I became one, I still want to recognize those 3 people in my life who literally changed my life completely, and I get inspiration from them every single day. Waleed Khan. Many people know about the terrorist attacks in Pakistan. We have lost many people. And I'm sharing this with a very heavy heart because we actually have lost a lot of people in this huge turmoil of terrorism. These people are barbarians. They do not see people. They're even worse than animals. They have killed people in mosques. They have killed people in churches, temples, even in schools. There was this terrorist attack in Army Public School, Peshawar, where these terrorists entered in an examination hall and they killed our children. And in that attack, that day, this beautiful boy, Waleed Khan, who was my hero, my real life hero, was the proctor who was taking care of the students, was keeping an eye on the students. Those barbarians shot him 3 times in the face, 5 times on his body, and he fell down. I was asked to give a talk in the school after a week of that terrorist attack. With a very heavy heart, I went there and I spoke. We sang a few national songs. I thought that maybe I've done my part, but deep inside, it was killing me. I could see children injured. I could see children sitting on the wheelchairs looking at me wondering, what next? What was our fault? Just because we were here to give examination, we have been shot. So many people, so many children lost their friends. Their classrooms were empty. The next day they went to the classroom. So this kid, Waleed Khan, I was asked that he is in a hospital right now and you have to go and see him and motivate him and tell him that it's going to be okay. And when I saw Waleed Khan coming on the wheelchair for the first time in front of me, face was all deformed. His leg was fractured, his arm was fractured. He couldn't talk, he lost his teeth. He cannot sneeze, he cannot smell. He cannot eat. And I kept thinking, what should I say? That everything is going to be all right? No, nothing is all right. And while I was juggling with the words, what to say, what not to say, this beautiful child, Waleed Khan, came to me and he said, "Are you Muniba Mazari?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Baji, let's take a selfie." And with that beautiful, toothless smile of Waleed Khan, we took that beautiful selfie that I still have with me. I don't share that here because he was in a very bad shape that time. And that is where I realized that when I was thinking too much about his deformities, he's happy with himself. He doesn't even care. Because today he goes in the same school, and when somebody asks him that what happened to your face, why so many scars, you know what he says? "These scars are my medals and I wear them with pride." And how beautifully he says the terrorists wanted me not to study. I am going to study. I will become a doctor one day. And this is my way of taking revenge from those terrorists. Another real life hero, of course, my son. His name is Nile, N-I-L-E, River Nile. I learned so much from this kid. The first and foremost thing is patience. How to be patient when you know that your mother cannot walk, when you know that your mother is different from the other women, when you know that your mother cannot go out and play with you, how to stay calm. He loves football. And when we got the very first football, he was 4 years old. He was super excited. I still remember he came in the room and he said, "Mom, let's play football." And he kept the ball in my feet. And he said, "Let's kick it." And that day I felt disabled. I said, "I cannot kick the ball." And I was down with the same face. He looked at me and he said, "Well, that's all right. Your legs are not working, but your hands do. Let's play catch the ball." You know what? That day he made me realize that when you think your glass is half empty, come on, your glass is half full. It's all in here and here. Last but not least, the woman who made me realize that heroes have no gender. The woman who believed in me even when I was completely at the verge of despair, where everybody left, she was there. And every time I looked at her, without saying anything, she used to look at me and said, "This too shall pass. God has a bigger plan. And one day you will say that, oh my God, that is why God has chosen me." She never cried in front of me. She has always said that there will be haters, there will be naysayers, there will be disbelievers, and then there will be you proving them wrong. My mother. Whatever I am today, I'm nothing without her. I'm nothing without her. Thank you, Mama. I wish you were here. Thank you for making me who I am today. You know what? We human beings have a problem. Out of many problems, there is one more, and this is self-created one. We always expect ease from life. We have this amazing fantasy about life. This is how things should work. This is my plan. It should go as per my plan. If that doesn't happen, we give up. So my dear friends, let me tell you one thing. I never wanted to be on the wheelchair. Never thought of being on the wheelchair. I was always aspiring to do bigger things, but had no idea that for that I have to pay the price to be where I am today. It's a very heavy price. This life is a test and a trial, and tests or trials are never supposed to be easy. So when you're expecting ease from life, and life gives you lemons, then you make the lemonade, and then do not blame life for that, because you were expecting ease from a trial. Trials make you a stronger, better person. Life is a trial, and with time you realize that. It is okay to be scared. It is okay to cry. Everything is okay, but giving up should not be an option. They always say that failure is not an option. Failure should be an option, because when you fail, you get up, and then you fail, and then you get up, and that keeps you going. That's how humans are strong. Failure is an option, should be an option, but giving up is not. Never. We have this thing in minds. We call it perfection. We want everything perfect. We want ourselves to be perfect. There is this image in our head about everything. Perfect life, perfect relationships, perfect career, perfect amount of money that we need to earn no matter what. Nothing is perfect in this world. We all are perfectly imperfect, and that is perfectly all right. That's all right. We were sent here not to become the perfect people. Those people who tell you how to look perfect, even those people are imperfect. Trying to fight this fear of looking imperfect. I used to be perfect. I still remember. I got this compliment years ago when I used to walk. Oh my God, look at you. You're fair, you're tall, you're perfect. Look at me now.
You're still perfect.
Only the perfect eyes can see that. Only the perfect eyes will see that. Only the perfect eyes will see that. So yes, in all those imperfections, you have to listen to your heart. You don't have to look good for people. You don't have to be perfect just because other people want you to be perfect. If your soul is perfect from within, that's all right. This is all what you want. This is all what you need to be. Our society has made very weird kind of norms to look perfect and great. For men, it's different. For women, it's different. We think too much about what people say. We listen to ourselves too little. You know what makes you perfect? When you make someone smile. You know what makes you perfect? When you try to do something good for the people around you. You know what makes you perfect? When you feel someone's pain. And how beautiful pain is that it connects you with people. No other medium can connect you with others but pain. That's why I always say that I'm in pain, and that's a blessing in disguise for me. Today, just because I'm in pain and I'm on the wheelchair, I work for children. Being the head of CSR for a company, we conduct medical camps in far-flung areas of Pakistan where so many kids die because they don't have medical facilities. And I personally believe just because they cannot afford to live doesn't mean we'll let them die. So we give them money, we give them medical treatment, we try to heal their wounds, physical and emotional. And I also work for the beautiful people, we call them third gender, the transgender community of Pakistan. You know what connects me with them? All my imperfections. When I go and I hug them, they never judge me. And this very good friend of mine, her name is Bijli. Bijli means electricity. She calls herself electricity. And I said, are you electricity? She says, no, I'm lightning. I'm as strong as lightning. Because we have very bad power outage, so she doesn't want me to call her electricity. So she says, I am very strong. I'm thunder, I'm lightning. She came to me, and the first time I hugged her, she said, you are just like me. And I said, yes, I am like you. Because to people, we are so imperfect. So how beautiful these imperfections are, that because of these imperfections, you can connect with people. Then why are we all running after being perfect? What's the point? Every time I go in public, I always smile. There's always a big toothy smile on my face, and people ask me, don't you get tired of smiling all the time? What's the secret? I always say one thing, that I have stopped worrying about the things that I have lost, the people that I have lost. Things and people who were meant to be with me are with me. And sometimes, somebody's absence makes you a better person. Cherish their absence. It's always a blessing in disguise. I always say that people are so lucky they don't even realize. You must be thinking, okay, you're lucky in what sense? Well, the breath that you just took was a blessing. Embrace it. There are so many people in the world who are dreaming to live a life that you are living right now. You have no idea. Embrace each and every breath that you are taking. Celebrate your life. Live it. Don't die before your death. We all die. We live this one routine of a day for 75 years and we call it life. No, that's not life. If you're still thinking why you have been sent here, if you're still juggling with the concept of why you are here, you haven't lived yet. You work hard, you make money, you do it for yourself. That's not life. You go out, you seek for people who need your help, you make their lives better. You become that sponge which can absorb all the negativity, and you become that person who can emit beautiful, positive vibes. And when you realize that you have changed someone's life, and because of you, this person didn't give up, that is the day when you live. Always. We were talking about gratitude, why I smile all the time. I cry all night when nobody sees me, because I'm a human and I have to keep the balance. And I smile all day because I know that if I will smile, I can make people smile. That keeps me going. Be grateful for what you have, and you will always, always end up having more. But if you'll cry and if you'll crib for the little things that you don't have or the things that you have lost, you will never ever have enough. Sometimes we are too busy thinking about the things that we don't have that we forget to cherish the blessings that we have. I'm not saying that I'm not healthy and that makes me unlucky, but yes, it is hard. It is hard when I say that I cannot walk. It is hard to say when I wear this bag. It hurts. But I have to keep going, because never giving up is the way to live, always. So I'll end my talk on a very short note. Live your life fully. Accept yourself the way you are. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself. I'll repeat, be kind to yourself, and only then you can be kind to others. Love yourself and spread that love. Life will be hard. There will be turmoils, there will be trials, but that will only make you stronger. Never give up. The real happiness doesn't lie in money or success or fame. I have this all, I never wanted this. Real happiness lies in gratitude. So be grateful, be alive, and live every moment. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
performance through repetition, manufacturing a data set that will be used to guide your journey, taking a once stagnant idea and putting it into motion. Consistency is doing what you promised yourself you'd do when you said you'd do it. Why? Because that's who you are. You create goals and then conquer those goals. When your head hits the pillow at night, you may be tired, you may have struggled, you may have swung and missed, you may be wondering how things unfolded the way they did, but you showed up. So celebrate that. Celebrate yourself. You get day after day of wondering why this square peg won't just save us all the trouble and go into the round hole. Without a willingness to adapt, we move for the sake of moving and we work for the sake of working. But if we could find it within ourselves to look at the data that's been acquired day after day and use it to help guide ourselves to that North Star, we'll find strength. To seek out We have a desire to define that which is often undefinable. When it comes to life and its highly coveted outcomes, assessing the things that we want, we use probability to solidify things that are entirely fluid. For example, you often hear about the odds of becoming a professional football player, the odds of becoming a CEO, going to Harvard, making 6 or 7 figures, numbers that often paint a picture of why you can't. Right? When you hear only 1 in however many millions of people accomplish something, the intent is to show you that you're more likely to fall into the millions bucket than the 1 bucket. To show just how rare or difficult or out of the ordinary achieving that thing would be. Almost like they're being compared to a lottery, a random number generator, luck, a pursuit in which you have zero control. Think of a huge glass jar, right? 1 red marble, 3 million green marbles, and it's like you close your eyes and you better pull out that red one, otherwise you won't become the Oscar-winning actor that you dream of being. And the problem with looking at life that way is that it overshadows the most important element of success. Understanding just how much control you have. The 1 in however many hundreds or thousands or millions wasn't born that red marble in a jar full of 3 million green ones. No, he or she just did things differently, lived differently. They didn't relinquish control, they took control, and that's the difference. That's what matters. The lottery is sitting back and hoping your numbers pull. In real life, you create your own probability every day, every minute that goes towards working towards a goal. That means you get closer. Why would you take a snapshot of the present moment in time and use that to define the likelihood that you'll live out your dreams someday down the road? It doesn't tell you anything. It's the steps along the way that make your vision a reality. Using the same metaphor, every step, every decision to push forward, every time you dig deep and find a little advantage, you're replacing one of those green marbles with a red one. Maybe you can't quantify that numerically, maybe you can't see the progress, but it's there. In fact, numbers should never scare you because they're an indicator that the vast majority of people aren't prepared to go all the way, aren't willing to do what it takes, and that you, by simply not stopping, by thinking that you can, by giving more than the person next to you, have a tremendous advantage over the rest of the world. When you hear only a small number of people make it or graduate or get accepted or win, your thought process shouldn't be, oh no, it should be perfect. This is my opportunity. Of course, the number of elite people in any arena is going to be small. Think of what it takes to get there. Think of the sacrifice needed to make it happen, the costs that must be paid. The only odds that warrant attention are the odds that you will continue forward, and you should know that they are 100%. Because when you trust yourself to find a way, when you focus on how to make it happen, you have an advantage. The world around you, they focus on why things can't happen. They see what can go wrong. They harp on the fact that it's not easy. Remaining fixated on why you can, on finding a way, means you most likely will. The terms difficult or demanding or even unlikely, they have nothing to do with you crossing that finish line. If you are 100% convinced, you are going to do just that. Words like difficult, they just imply that there's going to be plenty of opportunities to quit and turn around along the way, a temptation that must and will be ignored. They mean that you will be tested, that you will have to ask yourself potentially numerous times if this means something to you, if it's truly worth it. And if the answer is yes, then the numbers, the probability, the odds, they are not an adversary, they are an ally. Peter Drucker has said that what gets measured gets improved. And this insight's been incredibly valuable to me over the years. I want to explain why. Until you measure something, you're operating in somewhat of a black box. You're essentially guessing, aiming at targets you can't see, which ultimately means you're leaving life up to chance. But once you begin to gauge your progress in a specified area, you now have information to work with. You have an increased sense of awareness and the ability to focus, which, as I've said before, and believe wholeheartedly, what you focus on becomes your reality. So here's a quick example that I think adequately paints a picture here of what I'm talking about. Way back when I first started my business, I was chatting with a friend about wanting to grow my YouTube subscribers, add value to as many people as I possibly could with my work. Back then, it was all YouTube. That was the crux of my business. And so the first question he asked, he goes, just out of curiosity, how many subscribers join the channel daily? And I realized in that moment, I don't know. I knew the total amount, like I kept tabs on that, but not the sort of daily fluctuation, how much grew on Monday versus Friday, that type of thing. And this guy, he had a tracker. He's very big on that. Basically a sheet with the most important things that he's trying to change in his life. And every day when he would wake up, he'd record a quick measurement in each of those categories. And my first thought was, that's a little over the top. It's a little extra. But hey, one of my favorite mantras is that you are your own experiment. And I was happy to try something new that, could have a positive impact. And so I did. I started recording daily the net subscribers that join the Your World Within community. And what I found was incredible. They say it's the simple things that make the greatest difference in our lives, and this would certainly be no exception, right? First and foremost, just seeing that number every day kept growth at the forefront of my mind. It kept me aware and excited and thinking through that lens as if I were on a journey or mission to outperform the me of yesterday. Right? If on some random day you grow 30% more than you usually do, it's only normal to see that and ask, well, why can't this happen every day? Why can't this be my reality? And next, and probably more obvious, it armed me with the tools to tactically improve my performance. Those daily metrics helped me find critical answers, arrive at important conclusions. What days of the week and weeks of the year have the greatest impact? What trends lead to increased viewership? My daily average subscriber count is X. I wonder what it would take to bring it to Y. Right? And so basically, instead of just showing up every day with my fingers crossed and hoping I'd hit it out of the park, I had a more informed approach. It's like taking a blindfold off. And all of this prompted by writing one little number down in the morning. The more I did this, the more it became obvious that it should be implemented in other aspects of my life. If this is important to me, if I say with conviction, this is an area I want to improve, how could I afford to not know the extent of its growth? And now I do track the handful of things I'm most invested in growing because those will be most impacted by my giving them attention. There's a saying that what you water grows. Well, your focus and your attention is what will water the seed, what will give it life. If you're looking to lose weight, but you never look at the scale, you're hurting yourself, right? And you might say, well, I don't want to be all about the numbers, right? It's a lifestyle change. And I certainly agree. The point is not to track every single step you make. It's to realize how often we operate blindly. It's to show you that with 100% certainty, your increased awareness and attention dedicated to any pursuit will make you more effective in bringing about your desired result. Knowing your daily progress keeps you in the game. It keeps you excited and also arms you with the tools to make the necessary changes. See, we are brilliant creatures capable of incredible things, but it's critical that we position ourselves so that we can win the game. It's critical that we not only look, but see. To be simplified, to condense life down to only what's important, and to monitor those things that are important to you will give you a tremendous call it, and caught a handful of games over the Thanksgiving holiday. And one of those games was Argentina against Saudi Arabia. And for those who maybe don't watch or follow international soccer, Argentina is a powerhouse, right? Ranked third in the world coming into the tournament. Their team has some of the best players in the world. They're just incredible to watch. The Saudis, on the other hand, not so much, right? They're certainly not known for their soccer. So it's kind of a David and Goliath-esque story. So what's the significance here? Well, let me share some stats. Argentina possessed the ball 69% of the time. Saudi Arabia, only 31%, as expected. Argentina took 15 shots. Saudi Arabia, only 3. Again, as expected. Argentina dominated with possession and had more attempts. Saudi Arabia, however, won the game 2-1. Shocker, right? Outmatched, outclassed, out everything except outscored, which happens to be the only thing that matters in a soccer game, obviously. They had far fewer opportunities, but what they did do is capitalize on them, made the most of them. Now, those two teams, they could play 100 times. It wouldn't be outrageous to predict Argentina winning 95 of those matches. But this is my point. That 5% can be carved out, can be willed into existence. What it comes down to is what you do with what you have, what you make of those few and far between opportunities that arise. Because here's the deal, there will be times when we feel simply pressing and pushing. My message to you is that there is enough to be outshot, but not outscored. That when we must dig deep, we are capable of unearthing a strength, a will, an ability to rise. I'm not talking about making it through unscathed. No, I'm talking about making it through, period. When it seems as though we couldn't, when we had to crawl through hell to reinvent ourselves or rewrite the story. There's power in knowing that despite the seeming struggle and despair, that a way exists. In fact, a friend of mine often says to me, there is always a way to arrive at your idea. specific point, because there's a part where the article mentions how two wildlife ecologists, Meyer and Cassidy, studied wolves at Yellowstone for 27 years. And upon studying them, they find something very interesting. After taking blood samples from 229 wolves, they found that wolves infected with that T. gondii parasite, that again makes them act bolder, were 11 times more likely than uninfected wolves to leave their birth family and start a new pack. The infected wolves were also 46 times more likely to become pack leaders, which Meyer states are often the only wolves that breed. And so this appears to portray a direct link from boldness to increased social status and possibly even reproduction rates. And with that boldness comes risk, sure, but with risk comes reward, upside. Now, obviously, the day-to-day actions of wolves at Yellowstone is not an apples-to-apples comparison with human beings functioning in society. But personally, I can't help but feel the value contained in the case study. In fact, it was my thinking about it while falling asleep that prompted me to find the article again and share it, for the simple reason that I know there are places in my life that I can be bolder. I know there are places in my life where I can dial up that risk factor in exchange for results that supersede what I have now. You don't get more without giving more. And I know there are places I can give more. In fact, I'm pretty confident there are places every single one of us can give more. See, here's the thing. Being bold means drastically different things to different people. And it's in this truth that the magic is found. Boldness for one person might be completely different from someone else. It might be more travel. For another, it might be taking on a project at work. For another, it might be leaving a detrimental situation. For someone else, going through a low point or deeply challenging time, it might be simply getting out of bed. We are all operating on different planes at any given time. My bold today won't be my bold next week. That's just the way life works. But here's what I do know. We can all find within ourselves that courage to be bold in whatever arena we are in. And every once in a while, someone will say to me, yeah, but Eddie, can't you just be happy where you are? Why does it always have to be the next thing, or bigger, or better, or more? To which my response is, look, of course we should be grateful for what we have. Of course we should appreciate the gifts and the beauty that surrounds us day in, day out, because it's there and it's infinite. But, and you knew there was a but, human beings are purpose-driven. Our happiness is often derived from our progress. Our journey asking more of the world, yes, it's hard, it's uncomfortable, it requires you to be more today than you were yesterday, but you are capable of that. You are bold enough to be that. Robert Frost says freedom lies in being bold. I believe that's because in your courage lives the infinite. Upside so powerful that one simply cannot grasp it while standing. Sometimes the moment has a way of appearing bigger than it really is. A facade. Let me explain. There was this kid when I was in first grade. Let's just call him Mike. And what Mike would do was follow us all around the classroom and outside at recess. Would constantly look for reasons to quote-unquote tell the teacher on you. Right, dude was an absolute menace. I'm 35 and I still remember Mike. My buddies and I would be, playing basketball outside. Maybe just learn some awesome 4-letter words, would love to give him a test run, but no, not if Mike was around. Mike would go right to the teacher. And see, we feared Mike because we feared being in trouble. Now, as time passes, you look back and realize how absolutely ridiculous that is. I want to shake younger me and say, who cares about Mike? Go live your life. He doesn't matter. But the reality is, at the time, he did matter. He mattered a lot because he was the personification of what was most scary to us in the moment. Right? As a child, avoiding being in trouble or timeout or whatever it was seemed to be a big deal. And here's what I think. I think every chapter of life has a Mike. Not in the literal sense, but in the sense that there's something we fear, something that consumes our time and attention, something that's been inflated to a state far greater than it really should have been, that has an impact disproportionate to reality. Because as real as it seems in the moment, a few years down the road, we'll do the usual, shake our head and laugh about the seemingly obvious lack of perspective during that chapter. Hindsight being 2020, we'll be shocked we couldn't see what we eventually came to see. But that's what growth is. It's a good thing. We want to evolve. No one wants to be the same in 10 years, see life the same way in 10 years. But it's also an opportunity to obtain some perspective, to understand that our current fears aren't all we've built them up to be. We just can't see it yet. Unfortunately, the dust has to settle before the picture makes sense. Just like right now, we can't judge the world around us the same way historians will be able to with clarity. That's why I often reference Bronnie Ware's top 5 regrets of the dying, because it's a list of things people in their final stages of life look back on and say, yeah, that was dumb. It's people who have already walked the path pointing out the metaphorical mics they've encountered along the way, because here's the deal. The root of our stagnation, the root of our frustration, our despair, comes down to fear in some capacity. Right? When you dig deep, it's a fear of leaving or staying, a fear of criticism, fear of unknowns, fear of letting down the people we do know. Our demons are manufactured. They're comprised of fear that, sure, we'll eventually laugh and shrug off. But the power in being able to fast forward that sequence, to understand that life is too short to be held down by chains of our own making, right? How about laughing in the face of what intimidates you now? Not 5 years from now, but now. How about looking around and asking yourself what obstacles in your life are Mike-esque? How about breaking our constraints down into what they've always been, manageable tasks? Simply waiting for us to change the narrative. If you aren't pursuing that which is meaningful, it's most likely because somewhere deep down, fear is holding you back. And that fear is holding you back because, let's face it, you've let it in. See, the moment is beautiful. It's powerful. It has everything you need, but it's not bigger than you. It never will be bigger than you. So let's not wait for some arbitrary time in the future to arrive at that conclusion. Don't stay down in the ashes. Use the pieces to build new things. Don't dwell on what hurts. Use the lessons to chart a course to happier days. Don't fixate on what's missing. There's an endless supply of what's not there. Instead, rejoice over and capitalize on what remains. Don't take misfortune personally. Remember that life is neutral. It's you who has to decide whether to shrink in its shadow or grow because of it. Don't compare yourself to people around you. The difficulty we face in life is not personal. If you remember this, you disarm every adversary, obstacle, every complication you'll ever face. So, quick story. Recently, I was renewing a lease for my apartment. Something that usually is pretty simple, right? Only this time, things were not simple. Confusion, chaos, misunderstanding after misunderstanding. I received emails and letters saying, you need to provide these documents in order to renew. You need to have XYZ information submitted to us ASAP. And I'm sitting here thinking, guys, you have all this info, right? I've lived here a year, same guy, let's put two and two together. And after a while, I started to get truly annoyed. Eventually to the point of taking it personally. So I stopped what I was doing and go down to the front office thinking I'm gonna go scorched earth here. I really wanted to emphasize how absurd and ridiculous all this was. I opened the door and just kind of stop in my tracks. First thing I see is a crowded room filled with tenants asking for things, making requests, looking for info. And the people that worked there were so patient and kind, running around doing their absolute best to make everyone happy and get everything done. And almost immediately I realized, Eddie, you made this about you. This is not in any way about you. Basically, I created this fallacy that because things weren't working the way I wanted them to, then there must have been some universal resistance, right? There's an idea I heard a while back that very rarely steers me wrong. It's that two things can simultaneously be true at once. So in this case, is there opportunity for these guys to tighten up a bit, bring more clarity to their operations and best practices? Yeah, certainly true. But on the other hand, was building this up as a them versus me match in my head dumb and counterproductive? Yes, also true. The world will always provide adversity, right? That's not news to anyone. It's just what the world does. That adversity will take 1,000 different shapes and appear in infinite number of ways. But here's the deal. Life is neutral. Things just happen. They aren't good or bad. They just exist in the ether. We, as storytellers, decide to put a charge into things. We decide whether it's happening to us or for us. We choose. And that's the takeaway here. There's power in remembering not to take things personally in any aspect of life. Because when we do, we actually lose our grip on reality. We become emotional and not rational. And this is visible everywhere. Right? Take rejection, for example, something we all deal with. It's not personal. The person on the other end is thinking about themselves. They're locked in on their own incentives. They're not thinking about you, and however you feel about this, it's just the truth. So assess the situation. Sure, maybe find some areas where you can improve and carry on. Being mistreated. Again, not about you. As the saying goes, hurt people hurt people. Same goes for criticism and hate online, right? Something that a lot of people truly fear. It will almost always be true that people who are more accomplished than you or further along in their career trajectory won't waste time bringing you down in the comment section. No, it's people saying things hoping that their comments will get approval and attention so they can feel validated. Their actions are being carried out for, ready for this, themselves. And to misdiagnose or take it as a shot to the heart, well, that's creating a battle scenario that doesn't need to exist. It's not them versus you, it's them versus them. You're just in the crossfire. Now, does this perspective or point to not take things personally mean that we abdicate personal responsibility? Does it mean we say, well, it's not me, it's the world, so not my problem? No, of course not. Right? This perspective gives you the power to do the right things and the necessary things because you understand that the problems you face are not a giant indictment of you as a person. Getting angry creates a scenario where, you reallocate your energy from doing what's best for you to instead being mad at him or her or this group or that circumstance or the world in general. Bad things happen, and by the way, they happen to everyone. Everyone gets rejected at some point. Everyone gets let down by people close to them at some point. Everyone loses their way at some point. Everyone has their expectations fall short. Everyone has pushback. It's not just you. It's the world doing what the world does. And there's 8 billion of us running around operating in our best interest, trying to navigate a big, crazy world that's often incredibly difficult to understand. So with this perspective, right, going forward, my lesson from a few weeks ago, what would I have done differently during all that chaos with the apartment? A handful of things. Right? First of all, remind myself that in the grand scheme of things, it's trivial. It's just not that important. 2, understand incentives. Right? These folks aren't trying to make things hard for me. They're trying to do their jobs well so they can live their best lives, which brought their attention to other things. It happens. And 3, when you're calm, you can actually solve the problems at hand. When you don't stack your problems up to look like adversaries working against you, when you instead see them as merely a challenge or puzzle to be solved, life starts to look a lot different. It just feels different to walk around as though life is on your side, as though hardship is nothing more than the water necessary for the seed to grow, as though all those challenges you face are opportunities being presented to you. Because I'm not sure you can simultaneously fight and solve. I think one of our most important decisions is to select one. You can make the rejection an opponent, the criticism a rival. You can make the disorder your nemesis. Or you can realize that all of it falls squarely into the box that is life. Pieces to be taken out one by one so that you can construct the ideal. Life comes down to the advantages that exist all around us, the choices we make, to live freely with the wind at our backs, or confined by the walls we build around ourselves. And sure, your current obstacles might be because of decisions you've made, maybe even decisions you wish you could take back. But the current moment, right now, in this second, is neutral. It does not hold a grudge or have an agenda. Now, right now, is simply right now, in the same way that 2 + 2 is 4. 4 is not good or bad. It doesn't want you to win or lose. It's just 4. Same goes for the crossroads before you. And that puts the onus entirely on you to decide what you will make it all mean. Will you slow things down to find clarity? Will you open your eyes to see the value? Because look, there will always be a delta between reality and the stories we tell ourselves about reality. That's just how human beings work. It's how we've managed to survive for millennia. So understand that and gift yourself the narratives that bring you closer to the place you want to be. The road before you will be challenging, not because its pushback is personal, but because amidst the resistance, you'll find the components you need to live your very best life. The thing about time is that it comes and goes. Tomorrow will make today a distant memory, and as quick as you were here, you'll be gone. What's in front of you is an opportunity to make right now something you'll never forget. You have the ability to write history, to create a story that will live with you forever. Think back to all the days leading up to today, all the training, the hours of preparation, the pain you felt. They have brought you to this moment. They are the armor that you wear. Right now is about execution. It's about taking all those hours and turning them into the best version of yourself. Today is about being better than you ever dreamed you could be. These are the moments you live for. Gone are the insecurities, the doubt, the disbelief. This day is yours. Look your opponents in the eye. They cannot give what you can. You have built this opportunity piece by piece. You have created an unstoppable force, and it's finally time to reveal that to the world. Let people doubt you. They'll see with time. Let the obstacles stand. You will run right through them. Let everything in this universe tell you no. You have already told yourself yes. The hardest thing in this world to stop is someone who knows they've won before the game has started. This is your everything. Embrace it. Make it so that you never forget today. You are the god of your world, and in your world, you write the script. There is no tired. You left that in the weight room years ago. There is no unsure. Pushing yourself to exhaustion every day took care of that. There is only when. When do you rise up? There comes a point when you've just given too much. Your sacrifice is too great to accept anything but the very best. Everything else is noise. This is your day. It will not disappear with time. It will live on. You have earned today. Go make sure the world knows. There's a point for everybody where, life tells you. Found a quote the other day. It said, "Time heals nothing unless you move along with it." And I thought, well, that makes perfect sense. Right? You can't pursue a new reality, a new world, unless you can detach and depart from the current one. But that's in theory. And my question was, is it the destination or the path that holds us back? Because in my experience, the greatest struggle in life, it isn't what to do, it's knowing how to do it. How do we get there? We know we need to get back up, but how? How do we initiate a spark and create momentum and take that world of black and white and add color? Because those times of gray, when life seems to lose its purpose, we find ourselves simply existing and not living, that's when we need answers. And I guess this quote, it jumped out at me because it prompted an equally important question. Right, which is, now what? And I started thinking a few years back, 2017, probably the most difficult year of my life. It was void of, any of that beautiful nuance, the uplifting moments that we like to remember when we look back. For me, it was, essentially an ended relationship. It was relocating away from family and friends. Was having a few dollars in my bank account, everything I own in a trailer, and starting over. And what I'll never forget about that experience, in totality, was that I saw it colorless, bland, dark. Essentially, the road ahead had lost that glimmer that it once had. See, I used to get so much joy in telling stories. But life had kicked me around so hard that I, at least for the moment, forgot the point. Like, what was my reason? And I knew, like I said, what I had to do, but I couldn't wrap my arms around the how. How do you get the train moving again? And then I got this email, right? And I'm gonna paint a picture for you. New apartment, trash, there's stuff everywhere, suitcases open. I hadn't shaved in 2 weeks. I'm exhausted, couldn't sleep, sitting there frustrated with my laptop. And the email is basically someone looking to create a documentary, asking if they could stay with me for 3 days and create a film about always maintaining discipline and living a productive life, and I just erupted into laughter, right? I don't think Seinfeld could have written something more ironic. It made no sense. But it caused me to reflect, right? I obviously declined the video. It just wouldn't have felt right or accurate in that moment. But I started to think, how is there such a gap between the old me and who I was sitting on that bed? Is this the new me? And if it's the door that I walked through, and I saw the green of the palm trees, the beauty, the simplicity, and thought, how lucky am I to be where I am when I am? I saw a blue sky, a miracle in its own right, that's not confined to story or narrative, and well, maybe I'm not either. The white of the sidewalk leading me to wherever I choose to go next. The red of my running shoes hitting the pavement, the gold of the sun bouncing off the buildings, the black of a cup of warm coffee as I soak in the day, and the teal chandelier that hangs over the horizon as the same sun that started it all retreats after a hard day's work. See, you have everything you need, and life is not always perfect, but it is always what you make it. How things are is not how they should be or need to be, but how you've allowed them to be. And most importantly, black and white does not describe reality so much as it describes what's not there, what's missing from reality. And my hope is to never conform to that sketch or outline that masquerades as truth, but to see beyond it. To find the strength, the courage, the self-belief to pick up the brush and live life in color. I think a substantial amount of life comes down to self-trust, to believing in yourself, right? But here's the thing, it's not blind belief. It's not toxic positivity where you close your eyes, cross your fingers, shut the world off, and just assume things will work out because you're entitled to a great result. No, what I'm referring to is an active and deliberate trusting of yourself to learn, to make the necessary adjustments, and to keep moving forward. When we have faith in our ability to step forward and improve simultaneously, there is no defeat. When you know you won't stop until you land where you want to land, then limitations become a choice. Success in any capacity is a you thing, not an outside thing. And this popped into my head a few days ago during, of all things, a game of axe throwing. So, quick story from last weekend, a friend of mine and I, after a day of working on the podcast, went down to Fort Lauderdale to this axe throwing place, which is, it's random, but it's a great time, simple concept. There's this giant target, and you take turns throwing little axes at the target, basically darts, right? If you think along those lines. And there were 8 of us in the group. They divide you into 2 teams of 4, and you play various games until the end, right? The end, there's this final session where it's every person for themselves. It's like a free-for-all. Each person gets 3 rounds to throw axes at the target, and whoever has the best score wins. So think of the target just in a traditional way, right? The bullseye, or the little point in the middle, is worth 5. Then the next smallest circle outside of that is 4. Then 3, then 2, and then the biggest circle along the edge is worth 1, right? So whatever you hit with the axe, that's the point you get, except they put these 2 little blue dots on the top third of the circle. And they say if you can hit one of these blue dots, you get 10 points. So high risk, but certainly high reward. And my friend and I, super competitive, right? He looks at me, starts telling me how he's already got this in the bag. And I'm like, all right, we'll see. And it's been arguable, but I probably had been the more consistent of both of us up to that point in the night. Nothing fancy, just straight away aiming at the middle, aiming for those bullseyes and fours. Not even attempting to go for those, hard to reach blue dots. No need, straight up the middle. Okay, and here's why this is important. We step out to take our first shots of the finale here. My friend goes first, immediately hits one of those little blue dots. Boom, already, I'm down 10 points. So what do? I completely leave my strategy. And I start thinking, no, I'm behind, I can't let this happen. I spent my next 9 shots, and the only 9 shots I had, right, trying to hit those blue dots and missing every time, just get killed, right? He won handedly. And then I realized when the scores were read out at the end that if I just ignored everything my buddy had done and stayed true to my game, aimed for the center of the board, averaged 3.5 or 4 points a throw, I would have won, and by a substantial margin. But I let the outside world impact my strategy. I started chasing those long shot blue dots when I knew they were a distraction. Right. Now, I'm sure the last thing you expected to hear today was the recap of an axe throwing contest. But if you bear with me, there's value here, right? So let's step beyond the axe throwing. Let's take it up a level. Let's talk about when you know what's best for you, you know where you want to be and what's working, but you're pulled out of your lane because of what someone else says or does. You hear him or her over there accomplish something great, you look in the mirror and go, man, I haven't accomplished anything like that, right? Maybe I need to change what I'm doing, my approach, maybe I'm wrong. See, and the beauty of that little game was that it reminded me that there will always be outside circumstances trying to redirect my course. But we have to trust in ourselves that we are doing what's best. We have to know our own game and our own strengths. Now, don't conflate this with a stubbornness. It's not about never adjusting. No, we need to adjust. But adjust when it's best for you, not simply because other people are taking a different approach. Right? It's hard to stay consistent with the world pushing other options consistently, right? People finding success in various ways, taking other paths, talking about their incredible strategies and how great X, Y, and Z is. But it's all noise. You have to trust you. And again, not blind faith, but an understanding of who you are and a willingness to continue to grow with every step forward. There has to be some element of understanding that, sure, things will get challenging, life will push back, but that doesn't mean you are wrong or in over your head. It's a compounding of little actions and trust in yourself. If you can do that, the world remains yours. It's day by day, or in my example, throw by throw, knowing your bullseye and aiming steady, and well on the next go-around. But none of it has any bearing on who you are and the race you're running. Are you going to show up for you? Are you going to be your biggest fan when it takes every single part of you to keep going? Don't let the loudest voices in the room dissuade you from what you know to be right. Don't let the blue dots hinder your direct line to the bullseye, right? Block out that noise, block out the distractions, and do what is required of you. Win your race, because that's the only finish line of value. Walk your path, because that will bring you where you need to be. And when you question the pursuit, remember what you've overcome, all the steps that brought you to right now, and how, yeah, maybe they weren't flashy or over the top, but they were consistent. They've given light to the present moment. What you do is succeed. What you do is overcome. Just don't lose your bullseye. Mark Twain said the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. The first gets you into the show, and the second asks, what will you do with your time here? What will you make of this sunrise? Because we only get so many. And I think there's immense value in understanding that each and every one of us are here to leave this place better than we found it. To stand up when we could be sitting down, step out, and make something of the chaotic and often hard to understand world around us. When you realize the miracle that is your existence, when you understand the almost impossible odds of you being here, thinking, feeling, breathing in the air around you, you begin to see the value of today. Because it's not an obligation, it's a currency, the most precious of commodities. Today is your time to step next, then you are signing up for a world without limits. A world where you can feel what it's like to be tested and endure. To be lost but find your way. To build something meaningful out of the seemingly meaningless. That's why you're here. That's what it means to truly live. Today is your day. Your chance. Don't let it slip away from you. Don't be fooled into thinking it's less than it really is. It is your ticket to infinity. A journey that starts when you decide it does. When you look out at that vast unknown and say, I'm not going to settle for anything less than a life of adventure. I want the challenges, the turbulence, the losses, and the battles. They will bring me to a place I could never have arrived at otherwise. You get from life what you give. So give it all. Leave no path unwalked, no stone unturned. Today is the most important day of your life because it will connect the you of yesterday to the limitless you of every day that comes next. You can allow yourself to be distracted, or, as Robin Sharma suggests, you can do incredible things, but you can't do both. You can stay where the safety and security is, or you can risk what you have in pursuit of your dreams, but you can't do both. You can remain the character depicted in yesterday's story, or you can take those lessons, experiences, and craft a new story. But you cannot do both. Life is a game of trade-offs, where any decision to go in one direction is a simultaneous decision to not go in another. A commitment to X is necessarily a rejection of Y, at least in that moment. Making this question all the more important, what is your North Star? I ask because everything you do is bringing you closer to or holding you back from capturing it. One of my lifelines over the years has been clinging to the quote or idea that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, right? Consistently trying to arrive there. Why? Because when things get complex in my life, I don't know what I'm choosing. Clutter means I've lost sight of what's necessary versus what's trivial. I become unclear on those critical trade-offs I'm making. And we've all experienced this, right? The simplest questions are always the hardest to arrive at. We can talk in circles about the details, but how often are we honest with ourselves about the why? I remember job interviews in college going on and on about the books I read, the papers I'd written, current events, but then falling flat on my face when asked, so who's Eddie Pinero? A dude doing an interview? Like, what do you want from me? My brain had never gone there. Or even less formal. I'll never forget a friend of mine a few years back asked me what my perfect day was, just casually as we're driving. I said, I don't know, Tom, I've never really thought about that. He goes, then how are you ever supposed to have a perfect day if you don't know? And how simple. Simple and simultaneously incredible. Who wants a life without perfect days, right? Like what is all this for? The world is infinite. And you can be ruled by its variability and its complexity. You can run around adhering to all its rules, hoping you're doing the right thing, whatever that is. Or you can identify, carve out, and rule over your own little piece of it, your own kingdom. You can choose you. If you take the time to uncover who you are, what lights you up. And then, as Emerson advocates, hitch your wagon to that star. The best investment of our time is to truly understand and decide what we should be saying yes to. Because if we don't know what matters, then nothing does. Here's a famous dialogue from Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. Alice, would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? That depends a good deal on where you want to get to, said the cat. Well, I don't much care where, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, said the cat. Well, so long as I get somewhere, Alice added as an explanation. Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat. If only you walk long enough. Beautiful passage. If you don't care where you go, any road will take you there. And see, it's not wrong to not know. It doesn't make you bad or mean life is a waste of time. It just means you're taking a large portion of control, which is one of your superpowers, and tossing it up into the ether. It means you are bowing to hope. And I know that no one here wants to live every day merely clinging to hope. This is not a we'll see how it goes channel or podcast, right? This is about the little changes that take life from a 6 out of 10 to a 9 or a 10 out of 10. It's about using what's around us to maximize the miracle we are living and breathing every day. Again, life is complex. So for you to take the time and simplify, to remove what's unnecessary, what an advantage. Yeah, I could do this or that. I could go here or there. But guess what? I've spent the time thinking, asking myself the tough questions, and now I can be more deliberate in choosing my path so that I arrive at a correct destination, a destination that belongs to me, that means something to me, that lights me up and excites me. That's living. And of course, this isn't a one-time light bulb moment, a permanent move. No, as we grow, we change. What we want shifts. Hey, sometimes the current path even reveals itself to be the wrong path. It's happened to me plenty. But when you're consistently in tune with what matters to you, who you are, you can make the adjustments. You can be deliberate. No more shooting targets in the dark because life is too short. Our days numbered, our arrows finite. Live life like each day means something. Because each day is transporting you to your something. Let's use the pieces around us to build our own skylines, etch our own stories into the sands of time. If a decision to do one thing is a simultaneous decision to not do something else, make sure to have that North Star in scope so that you don't, amidst that chaos of life, unknowingly turn your back on it. Ask yourself who you are and be as patient as possible working for that answer. Because as far as I can tell, that information is the key that unlocks infinite possibility. It's knowledge that opens the door to life on your terms. Remove the lifelines. Eliminate plans B, C, and D. Let the curtains close and the lights dim. See, the beginning of something new requires the ending of something current. So make life propel you into chapter 2. Let the doors slam and lock behind you. Throw away the key. With the boats burned and turning back off the table, we have to make it work. We have to figure it out. Well, how, we might ask, with only these pieces, with only this circumstance, with only these resources? Well, it's funny how when walking away is no longer a possibility, so many other possibilities are born. When we're stuck between the wall and our demons, we roll up our sleeves and do that which we have been, let's face it, running from.